I just want to make that boundary clear, is that I have fans and I have customers. And if you would like to be my friend, this is not the way to do it. To those of you who know what I mean, if your name showed up down in the comments more than once and you didn't comment, you're on that list. When I cannot block you, you are on that list. I will be working with the government for the next 10 years on purpose, even though I don't have to, because I am that sick and tired of all of the people that should have left me out of their business and didn't. I built up my own network, my own friendships, my own empire. That depends on who you ask and how you see it. I have my own network. I got a lot of good people that are backing me up. Vice versa. Pretty tough ones. And just about some of the toughest on the planet. And I'm not looking for war. Some of my friends might want that, but I'm not interested. I want to buy a bike. I want to buy a water filter. I want to buy a bicycle lock. And I want to buy a fishing license. Because before all of the crazy that did not have to happen, I had a life. What I'm about to say, if this doesn't apply to you, then don't take it personally and don't receive it projection. To those of you that were dumb enough to challenge me in ways that weren't healthy for me, you ruined my life. I'm not going to do anything to you, but the deals are made and the sign is sealed. It's time to pay the bill. Y'all owe me more than 10 times what I owe you. This is your chance to square up. I don't do alternatives. Be glad that you're going to be dealing with my constituents and not with me. Because I don't do anything to anyone. I don't do that. I say, okay, you're big and tough. Well, I'm about to either walk or take a bicycle down to the beach during hurricane season with a flood warning. You can either come with me or shut up, because that's how I live. I don't have insults for you. I don't have judgment for you. I don't have time for that. I'm going to say to you that if you either tell me that I have a big mouth, because you do, or you're using your big mouth, then get on your feet, get outside, get off your butt, and come walk with me. And if you can't do that, or if you're not going to do it, then I don't want to hear it. Because if you're not up to the task, you're not worthy of the words that are coming out of your mouth in my direction. As long as you refuse to respect me, you're gonna have to deal with people that you claim to be on the same level with and as. So from here on in, those are the options. You can come walk with me, or you can deal with people 10 times your size as you talk down to me, out here footing it, putting in the work, while you pretend to be doing something with your life, while you claim that I'm not doing anything with mine. Your opinion doesn't matter to me. No offense. But I do care about you enough to say what I'm saying. That if you're not going to pull your weight, find your father, find your mother, find your brother, uncle, cousin, go complain to them, because they're your family. And if you're complaining to me, you should probably get a therapist. That's where I'm going to leave it. I'm not here to solve your problems. I'm here to do business. I'm here to entertain. And as long as you're impeding my ability to fulfill the obligations that I have to people far more powerful than you. Those people see you as a problem. And I have spent the past 10 years protecting you as best as I could. You know, without taking things to a point where I'd be implicated in the things that you're doing. But I can't do that anymore because I am now to a point in my life at an age and now running a business, like a tax applicable business, that going any further, I would be considered complicit to the things that you're doing. And you decided to bring an awareness to me of what you're doing. And I'm not going to snitch on you because I'm not a criminal. I'm not going to tell on you because you're not my business. But what I'm saying is, as long as I have eyes in the sky and whomever up in this little thing, I can't stop it. There's nothing I can do for you any further. And the farther you go to trip me up, the worse it's going to get for you. I stayed this loyal to the way of life that I was taught and the way of life that I believe in as much as I could. For common sense reasons. It's most definitely paid off, but that was never the goal. So, you know, I'm giving y'all an opportunity to make it right. The way you make it right is that you stop tripping me up. You ain't got to give me money. I'm not a criminal. I'm not an extortionist. You have to stop bothering me. You have to stop offering me help and then leaving a stipulation with it. You got to stop calling it charity. But really, you're doing business. If you want to do business, we do business. But if you're this type of dumb, it's not for me. I don't care about your money. I care about you. A lot more than I care about your money. And I guess the point I'm making is, you know, I came on here. Yeah, I don't even know these people. Like, I'm not even kidding you. I got people that I guess they're either coming from the past online when they used to harass me, or there may be people I met along the way. I don't know. But now at this point, it's people showing up like every couple of days, like as if I know them, and I don't. So, yeah. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how far the clout grabbing has to go, but I don't do clout. I don't care. I'm not a criminal. I don't, like, that's not my job. And I don't know when people decided that they were going to, you know, try to drag me into all of that. But what you don't know is that if you don't walk away from the situation, you're going to get radiation poisoning because it's nuclear. Literally, like, how do I say this? So essentially, it was assumed, even by me, that I was related to the people that claim to be my birth family, those types of criminals, in one way, right or another, like in politics, religion, all over the place, and they're like, you know, organized criminals or whatever their problem is. I don't know. I'm not related to them directly. I found that out after taking a DNA test. So I spent the better part of a decade, you know, touting myself, thinking that I'm related to these people in such a fashion where I'm trying to protect my own name. It turns out we're not related. And so now there's some sort of something that's got to be had or said. If not anything, you know, just leave me alone when it comes to the fact that I have no relation to them immediately and I don't have anything to do with them. So essentially I spent the better part of 30 years, which is like, you know, my entire life, putting up with the drama that came with, you know, having thought that I was related to those people. And I'm not. So, you know, it's not me saying it because I don't want to, like, you know, there's people that have hacked my phone and they've stolen my DNA results and spread it around the internet. So if you've seen them and it shows that I'm Finnish and not Norwegian, those are the results. I am not biologically related to that family. More than we might be third cousins, fourth cousins, but we're not related. And here's the other half, is they were trying to claim that my ancestor, there's some pretty serious stuff going on with all that, and they were trying to claim that my ancestry was theirs, and they were skewing the story. I did the research and found out that they're not related to the people they're claiming to be related to. And then since, those results have been scrubbed from the internet. That information was scrubbed from the internet. Now, if you go on Google Maps, you can find the village, but you can't find it in Google search, which tells me it's a multi-generational scam where the Norwegian Americans, with help from the Italians, the Irish, and the Germans, have been stealing from the Finnish for 5 generations at minimum. Don't know, not that I don't care, but you better keep my name out of it, because what I just said, kind of something you don't say. And that's the first thing I've said. You can't kill me. I'm just letting you know that, in case you didn't know. Looks like somebody tried last year. Didn't work out too well for you. I'm going to be around for a while. And if you want me to shut my mouth and stay out of it, don't bother me. That's all it takes. Let people that want to support me, support me. I'm going to continue to build my platform. I'm going to continue to build my reputation. You do anything about it, I'm going to hand you off to the powers that be. And I'm not going to think about it for a minute. You want to support? Awesome. You want to help? Awesome. You don't? Stay out the way. Because I only get my hands dirty for me and for the people that I love. And I don't do it illegally. So, you want somebody that's cool, you want somebody that you can idolize that'll go too far for you. Don't worry. There's a world full of people like that. But I'm not on that list. You want to be friends, earn it. Don't look up to me. Don't idolize me. Be a friend if you want to be called a friend. That's where I leave it. I'm not saying that I'm special. This isn't about me. It's about the principle itself. So, as long as you understand that when I'm saying it to you, it's not that I think that I'm special or high and mighty. It's that this is the way I see the world. This is the way I live my life. And if you want to jive with that, I appreciate you. And if not, that's fine. Go find someone else to watch. Just don't bring that negative energy here. And that's the most I got for you. So, it's the kind of thing where I want y'all to recognize is like, I am here to entertain you, but I'm not here to be controlled by you. And I'm not here to get control over my audience. I'm not going to do it. That's a trap. Unless it's for you. You know what I mean? Like if it's the way that you live your life, that's different. But I don't live my life that way. I'm doing this as extra. Like I already have the ability to live without money. I have the ability to live without a phone. I don't need any of this. I'm doing this for you. And I'm getting pennies on the dollar for millions and billions of dollars worth of work. Most of which you don't even see. But I'm raising the industry standard because as AI steps in, a lot of people in the industry are being very heavily undercut. And that's not okay. It's not going to fly. It's not going to work. And it's not going to happen. So I am the one putting in the footwork. And while I am assisting and supporting the careers of millions of people in the industry through the way that I do things, some people say it's like magic. It's not. It's just knowing how to do certain things and I'm sitting here not able to buy myself a bicycle to get out of a flood zone. And no offense, but you know what I mean? Like, there's maintaining a reputation, and then there's being seen as a legend. I've been there. I'm not interested. I don't like how I get treated when people think that I am on the celeb list. And I've worked pretty hard to keep my viewership low. It actually takes more work than letting it go high. But it irks me that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to find that middle ground. I'm looking for support on it. And it's like, there's all these people that claim to be so capable. Well, if that were true, I wouldn't just be sitting here. And I wish they hadn't lied to me and overshot, you know, on ego, selling me on how important and capable they are. Anybody that's really capable doesn't need control of another person. Point blank, period. You know, from the perspective of those of us who are self-managed, control is sometimes an illusion, but when it isn't, self-control should be the focus. From my perspective, attempting to control another person is energy put in a direction where, you know, it could alternatively be focused on self-control. And from my viewpoint, any control pushed in the direction of control, you know, maintaining another person, like, instead of, you know, like, if you're helping somebody, that's one thing, but until they're capable on their own. But, like, if you can't do the job, then, like, don't. But that's pretty much it. Is, for me, I am in a position where I have a lot of self-control. And I have a lot of people who do not have as much self-control as is required to help me, because they refuse to take their focus off of the control that they have of other people. And so they refuse to help me without having control of me. Well, then you must not be all that powerful. That's the way I see it. This is why I don't live stream. I tell the truth, and I give my opinion. And is often why I end up in a town where there's no way to walk out, and it's in a flood zone during a flood warning next to the ocean. So, you know, what I will say is, first go around, I decided to take a walk. And then people threw money my way. As expected, almost enough to get a bicycle, but not enough. And so I ended up going north and then going back. And then I think from there I ended up getting, like, I tried to get a bus to Florida. Somebody tried to kill me, something like that. Now I'm here. You know, when and where. I am going to stay. I am going to walk south. That's it. I'm going to get as far as I could. And, you know, I don't think I'm going to get away with walking on the road. More than likely, I will be stopped by law enforcement and arrested. So, even though it's a public road and they decided not to have, you know, anywhere to walk or pull off on those roads, which actually is, like, super dangerous for drivers, that they don't have anywhere to pull off. What happens when the rain is pouring down and your car breaks, you know, your car wrecks in the middle of the road, and then somebody's driving, doesn't see you. So, oh no, apparently none of my business, but as it stands, Uh, I don't want to be here. Nobody wants me here, but I don't have a way out yet. And as usual, I will find one, but it isn't going to be north. I won't be going north. I gave everyone a chance. People got greedy. They tried to trap me up again. Now you owe me. And so I'm going south, and I'm going to go along the beach because I want to. I don't care how dangerous it is. I don't care how difficult it is. It's what I want to do. And so I'm going to do it. You don't have to support me. You don't have to watch. But just know the price has gone up quite a bit. And that's how it works. And that's business. So for now, I am just going to take my, good old time getting down there. And, hopefully I make enough money by the time I get to the road that I can't cross over to, get myself a bicycle. If not, I hope y'all are ready for a nice big pile of problems. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about I'm serious. If y'all can't help me with something so basic when I am holding the size of what is a world for you on my shoulders, it's just not going to be my problem anymore. I'm going to have to offload that baggage to survive. I'm going to have to do that whether I go north or south. But I was going to hold it quite a bit longer and go north. Not anymore. No, that bridge has definitely been burned. So, you're about to find out just how many of your problems are your problems. Problems that you thought were my problems. They're not. Never were. Still aren't going to be. But they are about to be yours. So, from here on in, y'all want me to do the things you want me to do while you disrespect me. You're going to pay me. And if you don't, I am not going to help you with your problems. That's it. There's nothing else to it. You threaten me. You try to give me a problem. You can deal with the powers that be. The people that you tell me I don't know. I think you mistook me. You might have mistook me for a regular celebrity. You might have mistook me for a regular influencer or a regular Nepo baby. Nah, I've fought to get to where I'm at quite a bit. And, I have personal relationships with these people. Personal connections with these people. I am your mediator between the people that actually decide what you do with your life and you. The people that provide the entertainment, that provide the facade, that provide the reality, if you choose. And you. The grace period is over. This is round 2. If you all would like to do 3 more years together, disrespect me one time, a week from now. Just once. You will end up doing 3 more. And you will think that I'm there with you. But I won't be. There will be somebody that looks just like me on the screen. I gave you a chance. I was the nice guy. I was a good guy. To you. Well, now I'm going to be the nice guy and the good guy to me. And I'm not going to be the bad guy to you. I don't have time for that. I got friends and constituents that love playing that role. And you love having people to blame. So you go ahead and do that. And when they take the mask off, they come and hang out with me and hang out with them. And I know them as the people that aren't the bad guys. Because they're not. It's a job. And you pay them to be your enemies. Whatever. You do whatever you want to do, however you want to live your life. Me personally, I just don't care. I want to be able to, feed myself. Keep a roof over my own head, or at least have a proper way to travel around and not be bothered about it. And as far as what I want to do next, I'll let you know once I've seen the world. But until then, you told me not to beg for money. So I'm not. I'm demanding it. And if you don't give it to me, law enforcement is going to take it from you. And when they do, the people that run their lives are going to make sure that I get paid. I'm doing this to you because you called me a criminal. When you fix what you've broken in a way that makes sense to me, I'll set you free. Until then, this is your debt, and you will pay it. So, instead of asking for the $250 million that I'm owed for the past 2 months of my life, 1 month of my life, based on how much I'm actually worth in the entertainment market, I'm asking y'all for $250. And I ain't begging. And for you, those of you that remember, hopefully now you know that I'm not joking. The difference between you and I is that you have to pay a price and create a debt to do something over. I don't. I don't get it from the system. I get it myself. And that's how it works in real life. When you work for it, you get it. So yeah, I ain't dying for a while. But I can't afford a bicycle. You want to trade? You starting to get my point here? When someone calls me out of my mind, that's when I know they're out of theirs. You're going to sell yourself to a system that can't keep you alive. If you're going to pick loyalties, at least choose something that ain't going to drain the life out of you and leave you in a box at the end of it. It's my personal viewpoint. It's not for me. So, if you're someone that chooses that, please don't even give me your money, because it's more of a headache. You know, it leads me to being in situations like this. Like, quite honestly, it's the kind of thing where I wish it'd be nice if I had a storefront so I could see what customers are coming in and out. And when someone walks up to the counter, I could just refuse them service if I don't want to sell them something and I don't want their money. A little more difficult online, especially when the majority of my customers mask their identity. This is most definitely not a like-attract-like situation. And, you know, it might be important to get that algorithm figured out, and quick. I'm not permitted to tell you the consequences. The mistake Georgia made was looking at me in a fashion of seriousness, as opposed to paying attention to the verbiage on the profile itself that said that I'm an actor. Them in Hollywood are going to have to figure that out. Ain't none of my business. Don't even want nothing to do with it. But as I sit here, You know, I'm waiting it out. I came live knowing full well I wasn't gonna get it. I wasn't even gonna get a rose. I knew that I wasn't gonna. I don't care because I don't need it. But there is a price to everything, including paying me your way. And that's what I'm trying to help people understand. Is like paying me in your time and in your way incurs a cost with me because you're not doing it my way. Now, being that I have far more of an ability to sustain and enforce my way, when you're trying to force me to do it your way, you're going to incur quite a bit of interest rather quickly, and you have. So for those of you that have tried to play a game with money, with my life, with my truth, those of you that have attempted to manipulate me, energy is expensive. And I charge 10 times the going rate because it's mine. That's branding. That's value. People want my energy. People want my attention. People want things from me. So much so that as a professional in the space of attention receiving, you're getting more than me. So, my price is low. Yours isn't. For me. And I don't want it. So if you're going to force me to buy it, I hope you're ready for the cost of my money. Because my money is more expensive than yours. And that's what I'm really trying to tell you, is that it may be difficult to conceptualize, but $1 in my pocket is worth more than $1 in yours. And if you want the $1 in your pocket to be worth more, you have to come to understand that there's no way to launder it, there's no way to clean it, it can't be done criminally. You have to increase your own value. And this is where people are failing, and this is what they had done to me, people online had done to me about 8 years ago, is they took my human person, they took my identity, and they tried to use my capabilities for their own success and purposes to multiply their value in the market, and it didn't work. Because it's like filling a cup with a hole on the bottom. You do it wrong, you're going to keep pouring, and you're never going to get water. You're never going to get to the point where you can pick up the glass and drink it. And it's the same thing now with the money. Okay, so like the same thing that people were doing to my identity in the past, they're now trying to do that with my money and my time, not realizing that like you're not getting something worth more. Like there's no commoditization to my time, energy, resources, and money. I don't commoditize it. I don't outsource it. I don't sell it. It's mine. And the moment it leaves my hands, it goes back to being worth what it's worth for you. It's lost its value. It's like a car going off the lot. Essentially what I'm saying is I've created a safeguard where if you want the value out of me and my money, it first has to become my money. And then once it's become my money, I have to spend it. Giving me money and sending your cousins to sabotage me so that you can get that money back as though it's worth more is only going to lead to your incarceration. That is how I have my money system engineered, in tandem with the law, not against it. I'm not a criminal. So essentially, I make my money, it's worth a lot, and if you steal it in any way, shape, or form, if I call it stealing, then you've stolen it. And if you don't like that, you can take it up with the IRS. It doesn't matter if it's under your name, it's still stolen. And you don't have to understand how that works, but I will inform you that because you are not related to the people that run the financial system of the world, there isn't anything you can do about it. So let it go. I am the most charitable person in my family. I am starting to see why most of my family isn't all that charitable. I would like to continue to give to you. But first, I have to be able to provide for my own needs in a self-sustained fashion. Not the next trip up, not the next theft, not the next sabotage. I have to be able to continuously provide for myself. I don't need all your money. I don't need thousands of dollars a month. I have built my own system as far as how to travel and how to live. That way it doesn't come back on you and cause problems for you. So for those of you that actually have the courage to support me, awesome. You'll get the most out of it. But that can't happen as long as you're trying to gain control. You're not going to get it. The system wasn't built for you to be in control. And the reason I'm telling you that is so that you're aware of it and you don't spend the rest of your life trying to do something that isn't possible for you to do. You underestimate the perfection of what's been built. And when I say perfection, what I really mean is it's full stop. There is almost no way whatsoever to get out of it, to cheat it, to win. There isn't. Every angle you look, there is a blind spot for that. And every blind spot you cover, there's another blind spot for that. Point blank period, that is the way it is. Tried and true, tested for a very, very long time. I can tell you for a fact there's no way out, there's no way to win, but you don't have to lose. And what I mean by that is how you see the system of society is your choice. You can see it as a punishment or you can see it as an education tool. I chose to see it as an opportunity, and that's why I'm winning. Regardless of how I'm having to maneuver, I won. I have more up here than most people in any part of society have, because I chose to embrace it in such a fashion where I wasn't subjecting myself to it in totality, right? Except receiving the challenge, not rebelling, and growing through it. Iron sharpens iron, essentially. And so I'm not perfect. I'm not all-knowing. I hope y'all realize I don't think that of myself. What I'm saying is I have definitely learned enough and made it far enough to deserve enough out of y'all to enjoy my freedom and not just have it. I am making my best efforts to try and build a path for people like myself and similar to y'all, so that as this society moves into a way of life that is far more social and public and visible, we still have an ability and a strength required to maintain our boundaries and, protect our privacy, to be able to protect your own privacy if you want to, because the people that do not respect privacy have gained too much control and they have way too much attention. And me having to sit out here and do this here is proof of that. Like, I literally do not have anywhere else to work. Like, I don't have anywhere else to live stream because people in the anti-privacy space have given a full frontal assault on my life to this point. And as you could imagine, almost none of them are American. And that's what disgusts me the most, is that in my own country, I cannot maintain a continuous private space because for whatever reason, what was once America is a bunch of people just giving in to whatever they're giving into. I don't know and I don't care, quite honestly. I just want to continue living my life without having to risk life and limb to have my privacy and have control of my life. You know, it's my personal viewpoint that the requirements that are being put on me, that I'm having to put on myself in order to maintain my life the way I want to, it's a direct reflection on the problems we have in society today when it comes to a lack of privacy and a lack of protection, you know, of our rights, our liberties, things of that nature. It's an atrocity, and that's how I see it. So, being American once meant something, and what people say it means today is a joke. It's not American. It's Muslim. I mean, literally, I'm not even kidding you. Like, that's how these people are living. To each their own, but I'm just going to let you know, like, that's not America, nor what is it ever, nor will it ever be. That's like if you go to Israel and tell them to be Catholic. I don't think that's going to happen. Or if you go to the Middle East and, try and force them to be Christian, like the people who claim to be my family would do. That's not evangelization, that's domination. Open the book and read it, that's all I could say. But, that's where I stand with that. It's like, anybody saying that they got to take control of people to make sure things go the way they're supposed to. Who made you king? Who made you God? It's one thing to run a society, it's another thing to control people. There's people in this world that are designated to do that. And anybody in between causing problems, I ain't got time for that. And that's how I really feel. Y'all wanted my truth. Now you got it. God bless America. I'm talking about, Christ. Like Jesus, that's God. That's how I see it. Not saying it to influence you. If my truth is overpowering to you, that is your problem and not mine. I am in America. And if you feel violated, it remains to be your problem. You do not have to watch. And if you complain to your government is not going to penalize or punish me. They are going to change laws in your country, and then you probably won't be able to see me at all. So, for the people that complain about censorship, I'm 100% in agreement. Halfway. What does that mean? It's a 50-50 conversation between the person on this end of the screen and that end of the screen. I have my end, you have yours. As long as I'm keeping up my end, I'm good. If you don't keep up your end, and you try to blame me for your inability to keep up your end, you're probably not an American. I hate to tell you, but that's the truth. So, with that said, I'm very thankful that this storm that was supposed to be rolling in mostly missed where I'm sitting. And I tell you, it's like a miracle, because when I tell you, the wind was blowing in such a fashion and the sky was cracking that it actually doesn't make any sense at all. That it didn't storm here. And it might not be over yet. It still might come. I might have jinxed myself. I don't know. I'm going to find out. But I'm pretty sure there already should have been a storm. I don't know. But it is what it is. You know, I ain't nothing but a happy camper. You know, I could be rich and famous right now. Y'all know that? My haters know that. My haters almost became my fans. And they almost became my friends. We came like this close. And then I came out about being connected. Where I'm connected. Who I'm connected with. Just lost it. You know? Their facade broke. They went right back to being real with me. Which is what I prefer. As far as y'all, you know, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you watching and hanging out. But I ain't getting paid for this, and it's killing my battery, and charging my devices cost money when the sun ain't out. You know? So I'm trying to help people understand is, you know, I refuse to take off the top because it kind of takes away from my own personal value. I receive very little of what belongs to me, and I like it that way. And that is part of why I get so insulted and upset when I get disrespected. For how little I take from the fruit of my own labor, the results of my own work. Less than 1%, 0.01% actually. And there are still people disrespecting me who live entirely on my money and demand that I call it their money because their name's on it while they disrespect me. And that is when I call it and I say no. And then I gotta sit and I gotta endure the storm and weather it with you. But when it passes and I look up and you're not there, well, my money still will be. If you wanted to keep it so bad, maybe you should have held on for dear life the same way I did instead of wasting your time complaining. It's a Noah's Ark joke for those of you that know the unwritten history of the giants and all that stuff. That's what the infants call it. That's why the wise and the knowledgeable, the learned, they laugh when they hear those words. But you know, family's family. Me being here a second time is not an accident. I wasn't playing the first time, and now I'm not going to stop it. And that's what you get for trying to call me a scam artist. I'm not taking anything out on you. But what y'all didn't know is that it is not my responsibility to stop these things from happening. It was a charitable act of kindness and love that I was providing to the ungrateful. Well, I'm going to let you know that I am 20 years ahead of the curve because it's people in their 50s and 60s that are supposed to be doing that job. I've been bearing the weight. Well, since they've decided to sit fat and happy while I do the work and leave me destitute and threaten to allow my life to end in refusal as far as giving them more of my money, I'm going to let them die too. And what I mean by that is I'm not going to stop it. It's not my place to do so. They are civilized people. This is a civilized society. That is the law. What's the advice they give you when something happens to someone and they are dying and you are not qualified to help them? Don't help them. Call the services of people that can do it, people that are qualified on paper, right? So, since society has decided to deem me unfit, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. I'm not qualified, and I'm not going to put myself at risk, because you're just going to sue me anyway. Just recognize it's not retaliation. It's me choosing to submit to your society as it is, because I have learned the ins and outs as much as I could, and I am not mature enough to claim being impressed. You know, I don't know enough to really say that I'm impressed. What I can say is that I am in awe. I'm not idolizing, but I'm amazed. And so I choose to submit to it. In so much as it is just. And then beyond that, I can't do anything further because it's not right. It's not me. It's not how I do things. I'm not going to laugh at you as you suffer. I'm not going to make fun of you. But I'm also not going to cry for you. And the reason is because of how much you've wronged me. I'm not going to feel bad for you. I spent the last couple of years putting my life together the way I wanted, in a fashion that is respectful to society and also where I can maintain my own life. And both the civilized and uncivilized society decided not to back me up on that, and instead got greedy and agreed with each other behind my back to sabotage my plan. To continue on in my own life in the fashion that I was. And, you've all lost my support. I'm not against you. I am for you. I was giving you, and this, be prepared to laugh, mom energy, as it's called in American society. I was just spoiling you. The atypical, traditional, if you will. Now you're going to get dad energy. I'm going to kick you in the butt out the door and tell you to come home when the sun goes down. And figure it out from there. Because that's what you've done to me. Is that you told me in a country where there isn't any land unclaimed to figure it out. Your great-grandparents did that, not you. And you did it to my family. You didn't just steal native land. You tried to steal our land. Well, since I am on the list of endowments for the society you have built on our land, where's my money? I'm me, and that's why it's not going to corrupt me. Your decision to see yourself as more just and capable is your folly. You're not more just or more capable than me. And now not only have I proven it to myself, you have proven to me that I'm right about that information, as far as that information. And that's it. So, just isn't just for judging. Justice has its own place aside from judgment. And if I'm not going to receive my due, then I'm going to continue to inform society that they do not have to choose judgment when receiving justice. I know how much you all like war and fighting. Well, I'm pretty good at it. But as long as I am poor and having to run in circles like an idiot, you're not going to get to have any fun. Your version of fun. And that's that. That's your punishment, since you're demanding a punishment. And it's not coming from me. And I'm not calling it. I'm letting you know how it is. I'm the guy kind enough to let you know. So, don't kill the messenger. You know? It's that sort of thing. Y'all spent trillions. Y'all don't even know. Some of y'all in here probably don't even know what I'm talking about, but literally, y'all spent trillions with a T worth of resources to investigate every part of my life. Having no idea whose money you were spending. You spent my money investigating me. So guess who you owe twice over? That's right. Maybe you should have looked at whose name was on the check before you cashed it. You were so excited, not realizing, you know, you used something with my name on it in broad daylight on camera. You get what I'm saying now? The difference between me and the majority of my family, and I say this with respect to them, and they know that, you know, I'm saying it as respectfully as possible. They serve as the powers that be, the powers themselves. I don't. Those powers serve me. Don't call my bluff. Just don't. I've intentionally chosen to continue to obey the law in order that the system itself could continue to improve. I recognize and understand. Now I get it. You know, I've been put through enough of an experience that, you know, I see it. But I'm not going to agree with you. I'm not going to become one of you. It's not going to happen. And the more you try to force me, the higher the price is going to go. So, you know, between the powers and the powers that be, the decision's been made that I am to be set free and provided with the proper required forms of documentation that's needed for safe passage to wherever I want to go, whatever I want to do. As far as the funding and all that, you know, I got to figure that out myself, and I get it. I ain't got no problems with that. That is definitely an understandable cost to the in their eyes, blasphemous demand that I've made. I get it. Well, not only did they decide to respond to my demand with respect and grant it, but they endured and politely put up with my attitude, my projection, and my disrespect. So as you're sitting here thinking that I'm a sellout, and you're wondering why on earth I sided with them and not you, because you refused to endure my disrespect And you didn't just leave me destitute. You tried to kill me. They didn't. They will let me die, but they're not killing me. And that's the difference. One is bad. One is indifferent. I prefer the indifference when it comes to control of my own life. I would rather want someone to have nothing to do with me than do harm to me or try to control me. So for those of you that are supportive, I'm very thankful. But as far as the rest of y'all, either watch and shut up or run in the other direction before the good ones get you. I'm not any of the three. I am a non-participant, and that's how I like it. I have the ability to spend my time how I want and how I like, and the cost of that is very, very high, to the point where, although I really would have millions if I gave in, I'm poor instead, financially speaking, technically, like at the moment. But that's fine. So, the reason I'm saying that is to help convey to the people who think they can use anything to get control over me. I'm trying to get them to quit now so that it doesn't go any further. Like, I'm good. I know how to survive on my own, without resource, without money, if you don't count natural resource as a resource. But the predicament that's being faced right now is, certain people are trying to put a higher price tag for me specifically on those natural resources in an attempt to balance out their own checkbooks. Well, on an international level, that's a crime. And you're really upsetting me because I'm an American and I want to protect and defend you and support you. I took an oath to do so. And you're making it really difficult because you're telling me that if I won't let you take every dollar out of my pocket every day, that I'm betraying you. Well, that doesn't seem all that American to me. And so that's where I leave it. And the rest is your problem, because my family, I am the only person in my family that is American. That is, like self-proclaimed as an American. And I plan to keep it that way. For those of you going behind my back and making deals with my family, thinking you're making deals over my own head, I want you to think about it this way. I'm going to say this to save your life. If I went to your cousin and your cousin told me what to do as far as you to get one over on you, wouldn't you already know that your cousin was lying to me because I was dumb enough to ask for his help on how to get one over on you? I hope you remember me saying this the first time. My family runs the world. Not figuratively, literally. My family runs the planet. Call me crazy, come on. I know you want charges. I know you want to be homeless. Call me nuts. Come on. No? I put up with it the past 2 years. You don't want to give me 2 more years of it? Are you sure? The bill's coming due. And I added a replay to it just for you. It's not retaliation. In my world, in my life, it's like throwing down a banana peel in Mario Kart. I'm not exaggerating. I don't have the mania. I'm making my best efforts to communicate and convey to you how small of a situation this is for me. I grew quite a bit in the past 10 years. And on that note, a lot of y'all got to catch up when it comes to that piece of it. And you might ask yourself, well, then why aren't you behaving and acting like the majority of the people in your sector? Because I'm an outlier. I'm honoring the path of those who taught me what I know. They watch, as now do I. It's a role. I'm not insane. It's an act. It's not a play. I'm protecting you from things you don't know about in ways you don't understand. The difference is I was not created for that purpose. And so, until I fulfill those commitments in order to get my due from them, I am charging you for me playing that role when you're the recipient of those services. And you might say, well, I don't want them. Well, what happens when I step to the side? You end up having to deal with the big ones, the real ones, as you call them. And then, after, a whole lot of crying and, flailing the arms and all that, that's the flood alarm, by the way. That's the siren for the alarm. That's siren for the alarm. That's the siren for the flood. What do you call it? I step back in after you throw a little my way, but if you haven't noticed, the time frame for how much I'm willing to do for you is dwindling. And now it's to the point where I forced you to go through time with me to help you understand that I'm not this little thing anymore, and I have so much power as an individual that I have legal permission to speak about a replay in public, online, live streaming, with enough of a positive reputation to have an influence without it being a crime. I'm not bragging. If you think I'm bragging, your brain legitimately does not have the ability to comprehend what I am doing or how I am doing it. Your judgment is either false or maladapted. It doesn't make you bad at what you do. It means you're supposed to pick another one. It's like a dog trying to punish a human. Sometimes it knows how to do it, sometimes it doesn't. Society is not very good at punishing me, and I'm very thankful that society has learned that fact. It doesn't make me rambunctious, it doesn't make me rebellious. I'm accurate. I'm just too much for you, and that's okay. But why on earth, while many of you already know that fact, that I am too much for you, are you continuing to attempt to entrap me within to bring me into the society and force me to do this? I was on a perfectly good track, doing just fine. And now you're being tortured with my presence in existence when I was off minding my own business. You are literally bringing judgment upon yourself and then complaining about it. There isn't anyone to blame. I'm not blaming you. But the only thing that's going to happen if you continue to look for someone to blame is that you will end up feeling guilty. And to me, that is a pointless pursuit. In my mind, you blaming yourself just because it's your fault, considering your lack of aptitude in that arena, is the fastest way to make sure you never learn better. Guilt is meant to be at the end of the process of evaluation. Intentions, actions, extenuating circumstances, things of that nature, that all goes into it. Well, if you're already jumping to judgment in any way, shape, or form for yourself or for others, and you didn't, check those 4 boxes, the 5th being guilty, not guilty, why are you even going to court? It's supposed to start between you and the next person. It's kind of the point I'm making. And if there isn't anyone to blame, it's between you and the person in the mirror to accept your innocence. Should you choose to limit yourself to guilty and not guilty, it's your life. It's your choice. But just realize, the moment you can't handle the guilty result, there isn't anyone to blame because you chose to subject yourself to that system. I submit to the system, but I don't subject myself to it. And the difference is that I don't just say the system decides if I'm guilty or not guilty. I keep within myself the power and control of innocence. I evaluate myself before anyone has a chance to impart their false judgments. Once I've evaluated myself, if I find myself guilty, then I hand myself over to the society. If I find myself not guilty, well, then I take that up, in my own mind, and I face personal punishments in ways of nature, between me and literally Mother Nature. And if I'm innocent, I just let it go altogether and I move on. But the evaluation of my person begins with my thoughts, not society's opinions on who I am as a person or what my role is. So, whatever life you choose, however you want to live, that's up to you. And you're more than welcome to it. I'm not the one welcoming you to it. I'm letting you, I'm trying to help you to recognize and understand that you have that power already. It's not possible for anyone to take that from you unless you choose to surrender it to them in one way or another. But remember, with control, it's like Spider-Man. They say with power comes responsibility. That's the reality. It doesn't mean you have to be, when it's in society, yeah. When you have power, you got to be responsible for the people around you. But that's what I'm trying to help you understand is to not emulate me and to not patronize me on any of that, because I'm not a full member of society. So I'm not sovereign. I'm not a full citizen. I am a paid citizen. So I get paid to, and I pay to, be a citizen. It's a financial agreement, not a conjectural identity obligation. And if you don't know the difference, essentially the way it works is most people sign their identity over to the government. Parents, illegally sign their children's identities over to the government through a birth certificate. The reality when it comes to the international legalities, it's not much different than baptism. It's not supposed to happen until the child is old enough to make a decision. Birth certificates are not supposed to have any form of business deal involved in them or having anything to do with them because the child is not old enough to make that decision. That is, selling a child. That is literally human trafficking. To have a birth certificate for an individual, because of what a birth certificate is and what it does, it is human trafficking. The moment that a birth certificate is signed by the parent, that parent is guilty of human trafficking. By law. That's international law. And yet we do it. I never signed a birth certificate, if you catch my drift. Never had to. But, innocence is nice. Being not guilty is a little less nice. Being guilty sucks, from what I'm told. But I wouldn't know, because I'm busy sitting here, apparently being forced to pay for your crimes. Well, you missed one part of it. I'm a paid citizen. You owe me for this, financially. It's not a joke. And because, for those of you that are choosing to continue on in the system, regardless of how you were brought into it as an individual, legally, you owe me your life. Thanks to the system itself, it's not slavery. But I refuse and reject regardless. I won't accept your servitude. You must pay me financially. In full, over a lifetime. That's my decision. And it's not yours. You're a customer that signed a contract when it comes to me. I will hold you, am holding you to that contract. That's it. Why do you think there's only 9 people here? I got 10% on the battery, and well, just in case rain's coming, I'm going to try to get plugged in. Oh, I'll tell you what, I may just make a phone call or two to the people I know who have the ability to control the weather to see if we can't get this storm to pass over Beaumont. Since I've been sitting here, I don't feel like pressing the screen. I don't remember. However long I've been live streaming, must have been at least an hour. But I've been sitting here live streaming about a good hour. Not a single false phone call to the law enforcement. Nobody bugging me or bothering me. My rights are being respected and being, they're maintained and intact. So I may make a phone call. Or that may be my way of telling you that all I got to do is say it while I'm live. And something's going to be done to make sure that the storm isn't too bad. And it benefits me too, because I'm about to go down to the coast and I don't want to drown. So I'm not going north this time. I remembered the whole thing, by the way. And for those of you that will not stop saying, did I learn my lesson? Did you? I've known about this stuff my whole life. I've known how to do it. I mind my own business and I stay out of the theatrics, as I call them, because they're just not my thing. And I really don't like it most of the time because people often, get like a really big head and they get all cranky because I can do it better than they can. I just have to see which cord goes here. Darn it. 1 second. I gotta see which cord goes to this. Yes, that's fine. So, that's 5. It's not that one or that one. Might be one of these. Yeah, neither of those. Where's my C? Where the heck is my C to C? I don't know. I might have given it away or something. I don't remember. But I'll tell you what. It's at 9. I'm just going to let it die. I don't even care right now. Just so you know, for those of you collecting evidence, it's a fly trap that I set. So have fun. I just wanted to get you all out the way. You've been really annoying me for a long time. So all the people you're reporting to, you're confessing, just so you know. And I'm confessing too, but guess what? I can't be found guilty because I'm not. And anyone that finds me guilty, that's admission of guilt based on my current role in society. So, totally up to you. I learned from the people who use the system for their own doings and biddings how to be selfish. I'm just going to make sure to, stop doing that once, things stop going this way. But now I do understand why they do it. So, yeah. You know, I remember reading a document from MARSOC, which is Marine Corps Special Operations Command. So I guess you'd call it classified. I don't know. It was some type of sensitive document that I was given legal access to. And it, you know, on that document, it's about 10 years ago, so I don't know if it's still considered valid. Catholic Church, all these organizations, they're considered, were at that point in time, terrorist organizations to the United States of America. Now I see why. I did not get it. I didn't understand. You know, back then I was just like, geez. But, you know, I've seen both sides of the coin. I get it. I don't agree with anybody, but I don't disagree. I see all the viewpoints and the way people think. I share a little bit with everybody, so I'm going to go ahead and communicate to you how accurate I am and how good I am at this, to the point where I see it coming when people are going to sabotage me, but I also see how much it's going to cost me if I avoid it. I was so ready for and saw coming that someone was going to sabotage my situation that I set an alarm for, I set an alarm yesterday for the person that introduced themselves today, that picked me up and dropped me off in a town that I could not get out of on foot, knowing that I would be sitting right here to do a live stream and that my battery would be anywhere between 10 to 5%. And my alarm just went off showing a battery. For the people that are recording my screen without my permission, you saw it. This is your last warning. I am that good. I've never been here. Well, I mean, I guess technically. But like, I've never been here before. Okay? I never met that person. Like, none of that ever happened before. People are that predictable. Society is that systematized, and I am that used to putting up with this BS that I knew almost every little piece of what was going to happen, but also knowing that if I avoided it, I would have been seen as and treated as a criminal. So you're welcome. That's the best I got for you. Why do the weak make fun of the weak? Oh, there we go. Why do the weak make fun of the meek? Because they're not strong. The proud see humility as arrogance. How many more memes do you want? Come on. This is why I don't keep these ones. They entertain me. You starting to figure out who the real enemy is? It's you. I didn't call you. I didn't file a report to ask for your help. Check the verbiage. I was giving you a heads up that you had a mole in your own organization claiming to be me. I figured the FBI and the agency were starting to get along after all these years. Sorry, I'm a year late. I probably would have spilled the beans on live stream almost a year ago if y'all hadn't sabotaged my entire future again. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's literally your own fault. I'm not going to report to you. You are my subordinates, not the opposite. I pay my taxes. You serve me. I don't serve you. I'm not supposed to come to you. You're supposed to come to me. And you're supposed to do it in a fashion of respect, in service, as a service provider, not as a dominating force attempting to maintain a tyrannical regime that doesn't exist. You do not have the power. This is America. And you are all very out of line. We're going to help remind you what it means to live in this country. No matter where you're getting your funding from, you are still on our land. If you are getting almost everything out of your life from somewhere outside this country, you're not a part of this America. I hate to break it to you, but you're that guy at the party that had a little too much punch and won't walk away. You're all drunk on power. I'm not drunk on power. I'm literally sitting in a park where there's nobody around. There's people going to dinner and stuff, just minding my own business, talking to you on live stream. In the middle of nowhere, What power? I got 10 people in the broadcast. When it comes to that effect of it. I come on here to vent. I specifically worked on gaining restrictions so that I could utilize live stream as an investigatory tool. The people in my live stream are innocent, but they got plenty of people in their lives that aren't. So to those of you giving problems to the people in my broadcasts, even my haters, you are my food for thought. And as long as you continue to force the people that care about me, for better or for worse, in a good way or a bad way, to have to be what appears to be my enemy, you're on the list. I don't even know what the list is, but apparently on the list. I literally protect my fans and my haters and the people that just view my content with my life. Not metaphorically, literally. You got to remember, I was raised outside my family. These people, the good ones and the bad ones, they're all I've ever had. It's not like you, where, it's not some pathetic thing where, I'm codependent to the internet. You tried to take my family away from me. You tried to take the only people that really care about me away from me. That wasn't a good idea. Here's your choices. Considering how I've informed you in reference to the whole birth certificate thing. You can either leave me and my fan base alone. You can face deportation. You can pay the fine. Or you can face incarceration. You and I are not related. You do not have the pull or the power. Any group that you may exist in is tied into the system and you are required to serve us when necessary. And if you try to rise and stand against us, for us just asking you to leave us alone, then we're going to use the system you've chosen to bought into to keep you compliant, or at minimum, nonviolent. Because I see, in my own personal life, any move in the direction of harming or causing difficulties in my life or the lives of the people that engage with my identity within society, my social persona online, stuff in real life, you're a threat. You know what I mean? You're literally being violent. I see you as a violent person. I don't care what you're doing or if the rest of society sees your behavior as violent. A violent society is going to see violent behavior as nonviolent when the expectation is to be seen as nonviolent. So yeah, I see you as a violent person. And you are not welcome. So, if you are sick of all the problems you have that you know are coming from my family, Stop giving me problems. You're not going to win. You've been indebted to us for like 7 generations, and you've dug the hole so deep that the only 2 options are for us to give you a hand up out of that hole or bury you in it. And you're making us want to bury you in it. Nobody's going to care. People aren't going to remember. You're not going to go down in history as a martyr. We're not socialists. We're not communists. We're Americans. We don't care if you don't like how we do things. We are allowing you to live in our home. Now get it right. And quit getting it wrong. Because you're pissing us off. And if you can't get it right, at least chill out. And everything will be okay. The government doesn't see me as a problem or an enemy. I'm listed that way as a cover because they know I love wrapping them up. Those who are an enemy to my family and an enemy to this country. I love getting rid of them in whatever way necessary so much, as long as it doesn't violate the law, as long as I'm not breaking the commandments, that I'm willing to be seen that way. And I'm admitting that so that ain't nobody getting in trouble for doing it to me. Because I don't know if they got the point or not. You know, I don't know if they did it actually thinking that or whatever, but there's the scoop so that you're aware. I don't work for anybody. I'm not working for the government. It was a dry bag to the government to let me catch these people on my own because I was that sick of them bothering me, and I knew that the government wouldn't be able to take care of it for like 10 years. So I'm using my own resources and money and all that to get these people out of my life. And all I needed was permission from the government to do that, and their version of permission, so that, you know what I mean? Because they can't just say, like, yeah, go ahead and do that, you know, because to the government, it's a crime. They said, as long as you don't commit a crime, then, and what I mean by that is reputation-wise, it's like criminal to the reputation. They said, well, we're gonna mark you down on the watch list, but based on the information we have, we know for a fact that we don't know if it's you or not, no matter what. Because I have clones, literally. I'm not exaggerating. I literally have clones that have the exact same DNA as me to make sure that I cannot be identified. There isn't a single thing on my body, even including all that, that would be a definitive identifier. It is not possible to identify me, literally. Within the legal, like within the system, it's not possible to identify me. It doesn't matter who says they know me, whatever. I have put a good portion of my endowment into ensuring that I could not be identified by any of the servants of society. Because when they cannot properly serve me, I do not want them to serve me. And nowadays, the standards have gone down quite a bit and have been systematized and automated. People suck at it, all right? Minus a majority of Texas. I have to say Texas is the only state, other than California, that I have seen do a decent job. California and Texas are the only 2 states where I can have a conversation with a police officer. And it's not, legitimately not, an interrogation. No, not a special operations guy, not in the military. Nope, none of that. I'm one of those guys that I swore an oath, then I dropped out, and I held on to the oath without breaking the law. Because I'm American, and I believe in it. Not a fanboy. Not any of that. Wannabe. I'm the guy that, think of it this way. I will be moseying along, and a veteran comes along, and I know he's in the middle of something because I know what that looks like. And I give him the look, and if he gives me permission, then I ride along. I help out. And I move on. And because I'm not military, and I'm not a veteran, consequences are on me. But it's never not been worth it, and it's always been fun. So, you know, that's about it. I had to leave California because I was a part of an operation that I was not a part of. I had to leave Vegas because I was a part of an operation that I was not a part of. And now I'm going to have to leave Texas because I was a part of an operation that I was not a part of. And not one of those 3 states had any idea. And Texas still doesn't have a way to prove that I am or am not a part of any of what I'm not doing. So, I'm good. The consequence is that I have to keep moving. So that y'all know the real reason why I'm always on the move is because, you know, when something's going on and it's exciting and I know it's helping America and it costs me nothing, quite literally. Hell yeah. It's fun, okay? I literally am set for the rest of my life no matter what. And I have nothing else to do. And I'm stuck in America until I can get my passport. Why not? If I'm going in that direction anyway, and that person is helping me get in that direction, have some fun, you know? And then when I say things that may or may not bring risk to that veteran, I leave it up to them. If they want my protections on it, or they want to enjoy what comes with my motor mouth. And sometimes, you know, they decide to jump on in on what I have going for myself. And sometimes they don't. That's it. The rest I've already explained through, and, you know, you can run off to the people that steal my content and make more money than me using it. And they'll give you your answers. And that's the cost of me not explaining myself 5 times over every day. And I gotta admit to you, it's worth it. So, if you're wondering why those people haven't been incarcerated or sued, it's because thanks to them, regardless of the terrible scope of viewpoint they offer, well, they give information. And for those who are intelligent enough to decipher and sort through their BS, you heard what you wanted to hear and you found out what you wanted to find out. Unless they lied to you, and that sucks for you. I can't offer you any more than that without betraying my country. So I gave you top tier, we went mid tier, lower tier, and now all the way to ground zero. I got 2% left. It's really not raining, so we're doing the battery thing. And I guarantee you that as soon as I hook up this battery, it is going to rain. And then I am going to have my fit where I just sit here without saying anything or doing anything. I kind of just go off in my own head and wait to calm down. And then when I get my money, I don't spend it right because I was pushed way too far by a whole bunch of people that have no idea they're being very closely and heavily tracked to ensure this can't happen twice to somebody who's already supposed to be serving society in a very big way, far further than I already am. Well, that's it, because in society, you know, as a law-abiding citizen, pun intended, what you're really supposed to do is look out for each other, not just look out for yourself. So, when you can't do it without breaking the law, you just let the law come along for the ride, in one way or the other. 1 second. Oh, that might work, actually. I might be able to put this right here. Alright, give me a second. Hope the phone doesn't die before I get this on. But, you know, the expectation was for me to start walking towards the coast and live stream it. Guys, I'm not a live streamer. I'm not a social media guy anymore. I surpassed the celebrity thing. I'm good. You know, I was like, oh, let me try this. This is interesting. And then I'm like, nah, that's not for me. What do I want to do? Maintain control of my life. I enjoy that. So, you know, we'll have some fun. But if you're not paying for my steps, I'm not walking and showing you at the same time. So unless you have connections to people that own satellites, you ain't gonna get to see the footage. You gotta pay for it. That's the way it works. Even they are paying for it, whether they know it or not. I told them. Maybe they thought I was lying to them, or that they could try to get me in trouble for charging them. Well, see, after you know, committing a crime against me in a very big way in 2021, I became obsessed. I hunkered down. I learned everything I had to make sure that no matter what direction things went, I would be secure. And so whether I'm saying thank you or accepting an apology, I'm good. I am not my father's son, pun intended. Oh, by the way, I now have physical documented proof of me being a test tube baby. So, if you ever heard of them Disney projects, I was supposed to be one of them. But, I believe in God, and I believe in Christ Jesus. And it's my personal opinion, and this is genuinely what I think, is that God decided to enlighten my mind and enlighten my heart. And bring me to the awareness of what I am and what was done to me, to make sure that I could stay dedicated to Him and not be drawn into all the temptations. So, you know, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't face some really heavy temptations on a daily basis. I'm not going to pretend like I'm a holy person either. I'm not. But, you know, God's guarding me and God's protecting me. And I want to say, you know, on the flip side, to the people that violated my life, and to the people who lied to me about who my family was, and to the people that, violated my life by just claiming to have nothing to do with it at all while being in my life. Not only did I forgive you from the beginning of it, but you introduced me to God, you know. But I want to make sure that you realize that, and you know, hopefully you're giving that credit up to Christ. But yeah, you introduced me to God. So no matter the atrocities, no matter the violations against nature, no matter the depravity and disgusting sins of man, if you will, none of that matters in the eyes of Christ. You know, God still does His will, and He did in my life, in big part thanks to you. So thank you for making sure that I was introduced to Jesus Christ. I am the first person in my family since the birth of Christ. Three cousins out, like three, you know what I mean? Like first cousin, second cousin, third cousin. 3 degrees of separation. I am the only person within 3 degrees of separation within my family that believes, that knows Christ Jesus as God. That large in part thanks to your introduction to Christ. So I appreciate you preserving my spirit long enough for me to be able to make the conscious choice to dedicate my life to Christ. I just want to let you know, any questions at this point, not a good idea. I need money. I require payment for my services and my time. I'm a test. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Yep. I am a test tube baby with a soul. My soul. Somehow. Based on everything I'm taught and raised on, that's not even possible. With God, all things are possible. That's the most I got. But yeah, essentially what happened was in 2019, I took a DNA test, and the sheriff's department was knocking on my door the next day. And I have been on the run ever since. It don't matter if I have a warrant or not. Like, you know, whether, like, when I do or when I don't, whatever, it doesn't matter. I always am on the run, because it's not that law enforcement is pursuing me. It's that the people that fund these law enforcement organizations and, you know, different organizations throughout society that, like, run and maintain society see me as a very large money grab. So I have built my fort, if you will, and I've fortified my resources and my connections to ensure that I could go about my life in my own way, at least as best as possible. And I still have to spend the majority of my time on the outskirts of society. Because I am technically considered like a flaw in the system to the people that are traditionalist, which is the majority of people that run society. But yeah, I took that DNA test, and it turns out I have no relation to the people that I was born to or raised, who claim to be my family. And then, I was raised in a foster home anyway. And then later, because there was a discrepancy in the DNA results so like initially the test said that I came from Norway. With more data, it didn't change, it shifted to a more accurate timeline, like historically, that I'm from Finland, that my family is from Finland, right? Whoever's DNA I'm made up of, Finland. Yeah. And in order for, like, DNA results, gene pool shifting in the, the data itself to change, there's only two possibilities. You either have to be a twin or a triplet or something of that variety, or you got to be test tube baby. It's the only possibility. And when I say test tube baby, I want you to recognize the classification and difference. I'm not talking about somebody that was artificially inseminated, like, for a set of parents or anything like that. Like, I was created in a lab, quite literally, and somebody, I don't know if you call it kidnapping, if you're like an embryo in frosted gestation, if you're like a conceived embryo in frozen gestation, or however you would call it, cryo, I don't know. But yeah, somebody stole me from a lab, and somehow got me to the point of birth. And I do know the details of that scenario, and they are considerably traditionally oppositional to science in its own form and right, if you know what I mean, to the religious level. So, society, those who are educated recognize me as a downright abomination. Those who are wise know better. I am the only one from my batch that came out okay. Here's the issue. The people that created me, who I have now tracked down, it's a BlackRock thing and a Disney thing. They are under the psychotic assumption that I am their property, when I am not. I'm a human being with a soul. I'm not property. And I have been doing my best to help them understand that not only do they work for who is biologically my family, but I'm a little bit more than an experiment. And they gotta chill their grills and get back in their place, because I have made friends with creatures in the woods who are better, faster, stronger, and can travel through time more efficiently than they can. And what's all this worth to me? Nothing. Because I'm not making enough money to feed myself and pay my own phone bill. That is how normal this is to my life. That's a problem. I want normal. I don't want what is really the opposite of normal to be what I'm like desensitized to. You know what I mean? I'm supposed to be desensitized to like TikTok videos, not whatever the heck I just said. It is what it is. I was never homeless, by the way. It's a loophole. Gray area, whatever you want to call it. If you're a paid citizen, you can claim whatever status you want. And no one can do anything about it. As long as you don't violate things too heavily, and then, it costs a lot of money. More than it's worth to me, anyway. But, yeah, I claimed homeless status while I was in Los Angeles, and homeless status while I was in Vegas, so I could help the homeless. Well, it worked so well that I didn't have to stay there too long, it was good and bad. I met a lot of really awesome people. But if I told them this, they would just think I'm nuts. They might even have tried to get me institutionalized, which is why I didn't share this information. So that I wouldn't, Texas doesn't care. I'm nobody. I'm here passing through Texas, and they're being very kind to me as a traveler. But I also did not access any of their services or anything like that. You know what I mean? But once you're accessing society's services, it becomes rather personal. And I didn't want to take it there with Texas, because since Texas now has Silicon Valley, they really don't need my help. Those parts of the processes of society that I know how to help with firsthand are now automated in this state. So, they don't need people to do it for them. And that was how I was proven innocent of doing it that I wasn't doing it for money. And I wasn't doing it in a business fashion. I wasn't doing it in a 501c3 fashion. I was doing genuine, wholehearted charity. The book says, pray in secret. Don't let one hand know what the other is doing. And give quietly. I'm paraphrasing, but you get the point. But now that I'm making money on it, and I don't have a way not to make money, if I say no to what I'm receiving for what I did in those states, then it is considered a crime, because I would be considered complicit and violating two NDAs, and also violating two different international treaties, as well as conflict of interest. So there's only so far into America that I can get. because of who my family is and how they do business with America. And because I have my own interests and I'm not old enough, I don't get involved and I don't go any further than that, because at the end of the day, for me to do that, I would have to give control of my life over to my family, and I don't want to. So, yeah. You know, it's like there's not a lot of people that have really had to go through what I'm going through, and I don't have a way, like, it's, you know what I mean, like, people are compassionate and sympathetic towards each other based on the situations that they can relate to. Unless you can relate to being a test tube baby, I don't have any chance on receiving the level of charity or support required to have my needs met by the society. So I do have to provide them for myself. And so I am going to give you a huge one-up to all those of you who have manipulated time and space in one way or the other, or attempted to, or utilized the appearance of time-space manipulation for any reason. There is now a calculated algorithm released to the public globally that is being utilized and tracked by satellite, not just by satellite, I'm not going to go any further into it, to analyze your behavior and decide where you belong in society and certain other factors. If it has anything to do with things that don't exist anymore, shush. Because it is that easy to get in trouble. Like, you will literally end up having your credit score go down within 15 minutes of posting that comment. So, yeah. Like, me personally, I don't care about a credit score, like, at all. I don't care about a social credit score. Until I have my entire life in order the way it's supposed to be and the way that I want it, that is all secondary. So. Yeah, I'll tell you though, is this cart saved my butt a couple of times, because y'all know me, I'm pretty daring. You know, I'll try just about anything within reason. If I didn't have this cart and I had a backpack, I would have walked down to the coast, and I would have walked along that highway. And I would have been fine, but I would have left y'all behind. I'm not kidding. I really would have. I got this cart on instinct, knowing that if I did not have something holding me back from going too far, too fast, I would end up making the same mistakes I did before, where I just left people behind and didn't even realize it. So, now if I was on a bike, I wouldn't be going too far, too fast. That has to do with different factors and things that I'm not going to get into, but on foot, I'd have gone too far. And I know it. So knowing that it's possible for me to get upset enough that I would have done it anyway and it would have really hurt people, I got the cart. So that's my way of saying that I don't know what's going to happen tonight. Do not steal my cart. We will all end up doing 3 more years. Minus me. And that is not the way I want it to go. That is not how I want to walk away from people who shouldn't be in my life. I would like to do it gracefully and respectfully. Well, you know, as much as possible with the level of, you know, disdain, distrust, disgust, and dissatisfaction that I have from how the last few years of my life went. But to the people that keep trying to get me put on another replay, I just want to make you aware that I am connected with your superiors, and I'm fully aware that your superiors are just as deceptive as you are, if not more. I know when they are lying to me and when they are not, because those that serve me, they answer to those that serve me. So they cannot get away with betraying me, regardless of whether I'm accurate about them telling the truth or not. So, don't try for a third, because you won't be in it. That is my heads up to you. That going for a third is you running towards a cliff, thinking that you're going to wake up at the bottom, just because the system might have kept you alive a couple of times. So just keep it on the brain. It's not a warning, it's not a threat, believe it or not. I said I care about you. You have a soul, right? It's my belief, it's my viewpoint, my truth, that the soul exists separate from the body, separate from the spirit. And it goes to heaven whenever the heck, one dies for good on this planet. In whatever way. Is the spirit left behind? The body left behind? Many different ways, I suppose. But for those of you that have a soul, that's why I'm being this way. That, for those of you that either know or believe that you got a soul, I want to make sure that you are provided as much mercy as possible, because I trust in a merciful God. And my merciful God expects me to be the same way. And regardless of how, the earth has been doing it for the amount of time it's been doing it, throughout all of recorded and unrecorded history, Christ Jesus was the anomaly and remains to be the anomaly. And, if anything is common sense, it's that when something sticks out that differently with so much else that exists, however you want to say it, it's probably good to, put some stock to it, give a little heed. Just a bit. Even if you're totally against the change or whatever it might be, probably important to at least take account of it, and so I do, in as many ways as possible. And for those of you that can't afford to watch the broadcast, don't tune in. You're gonna, yeah. Who do you think that was? Don't you notice I ain't got any issues with the guy when I'm not so heavily being leeched on by certain people? I don't care what people say about me. I ain't gonna give you a problem or have a problem with you based on what you had to say about me. The way I see it, what somebody has to say about me is none of my business. If it means I can't put food in my belly or lay my head down at night, you're dead. Beyond that, I don't care. And the reason I take it there, to that level, is then it's legal for me to correct the situation. If someone is impeding on my ability to get access to water, get access to food, get access to proper sleep, then yes, it is actually, at least for me, legal to correct the situation and remove whatever is keeping me from food, shelter, and water. At least to get it out of my way. And that guy, as much money as he is stealing from me, he ain't doing it. He ain't the one keeping me from, he's not on that list. He's not a part of the catalyst of the problem. He's not, like, it's like he's a branch on the tree, and the tree being the problem. And I'm going for the roots with a backhoe. You know, that tree, that branch is going to break off, and the seed that's on the branch is going to plant somewhere else when the tree falls, and I collect it. And it'll be just fine. It'll grow into its own. But he ain't the problem. So I'm not going to take it out on him. I might pick him up and transplant him, because I think there's a place for him, you know. There are these people in LA that I met that were planting a garden, right? They tended to a public garden. It was like a community garden. And there was a section for weeds. There was a section for plants that are typically considered weeds. And I thought that was so nifty. And I had never thought of it that way. Is weeds are plants. You know, I was raised on a farm. And so, you know, if there's weeds, you trim them, you pull them, so that things look nice. The reality is, weeds are plants too. Do I want weeds in my garden? Not where the flowers are growing. But, you know, I might plant intentionally some gestation that is otherwise considered a problem that could branch out and grow over a trellis. There's a place for everything. And organized, disorganized. California taught me equality. Nevada taught me individuality. And Texas taught me teamwork. And I hated it the whole time. It was awful. Absolutely awful. But worth it. And the things I learned in Louisiana, in Florida, and every other state is absolutely none of anybody's business. And if you press me hard enough for the information, you're probably going to end up having to deal with the crimes you committed in those states. As far as these past three states I just mentioned, you're welcome for getting you all out of that much trouble. And lest I ask, how dare you continue to hate on me and heckle me and give me problems? Do your research. I am literally the reason that you have not gone back to prison in years. And you are the reason why I faced the troubles that I did. And I don't consider it a gift or a friendly gesture, because I'm not a criminal, and I'm not with the law, nor against it. It's a preference, and I don't preference incarceration. It's not for me. I would genuinely, and do, and have, and will, rather starve. Not because I hate it, because I don't like it. It's just not for me. And I don't like defamation of my character. That as well. It's not a preference for me. It's never been a necessity. I've proven that it was not a necessity. And now that bill is due too. So, yeah. Payment to me is relinquishing of the false past. However long that takes, whatever it takes, we're going to have to figure that out. I have the power to do it on my own, but you would consider that a crime. So, I am making the time for you to take care of it. The requirement is for me to continue maintaining my vitality and making enough money to live my life, at least at the bottom rung, to do what I want to do. Like, to live how I want to live. Like, continue, you know, go see the world and have enough money to not run out of money and wonder where I'm getting the next dollar. And be able to plan my trips and actually get sleep at night and know where I'm going to eat the next day. And always have water, That's it. For how much I've given, that's a pretty low expectation and request. And why do I request from you while I demand from my superiors? Because my superiors work for me since I work for God. And unlike you, they agree. And because you don't agree, I request. That's the kindest gesture I could offer so that your ignorance doesn't befall you. As long as you have souls, I'm going to take the hit. Don't consider it a personal gift. Don't consider it a kind gesture. Don't consider it free or charity. You owe me because it's a crime and I didn't commit it. You forcefully pushed yourself in my direction so much so that I couldn't escape it. That's not complicity. And since I'm not with the law, I'm not a victim. Which means you're a perpetrator against the public. And that makes you... I'm glad you get it. I need you all out of my life. Because according to the United States government, you are considered domestic terrorists. And I need you to understand that. Whether you see yourself as one or not is no longer of consequence. I now have a reputation to uphold. I need you gone from my life. I have literally reached out to every organization that could possibly get you out of my life. Get yourself out of my life so that I can move on with my own. Or you're going to end up getting the bug zapper, or the fly trap, or worse. It's not a threat or a warning. It's me telling you that, I called your superiors to get you out of my hair. And some of y'all ain't listening to them. So, they're going to look the other way when the law nabs you up. That's not my problem. Yes, there is much worse than death in this life. I would know. In some scenarios, death is a gift, and I'm not asking for it. And you better not give it to me again, because it ain't going to be good for you. You ain't got any more up in the stock. You had to pay me. And my family owns your money. I gave you a second round. So you now owe me for that. While you bragged that you could get away with doing this to me because you'd come back around, I was the one that brought you back around, personally. I paid for that after getting it cleared and approved, and you don't have any more left. No matter what anybody told you, even a year ago. What happened a year ago is why you now no longer have any. And I'm not giving you any more, and you can't steal it. So if you're wondering where certain people are at, those are the people that tried to steal them. You owe me more than I owe you. And I have the pull and the power. I got the muscle and the brawn with me. So, I'm going to say it to you straight. Until you pay me, you're not getting paid. And as long as you steal it, you're going to face reprimandation. But I am a man of my word, so as soon as, you pay me $100 and I owe you 20, I'm going to be handing 20 right back to you. And if you honor it in the appropriate time frame, which I'm not going to tell you what it is, I will not only not charge interest, but I will give you double back what I owe you for honoring my commitment my way, instead of forcing me to do it your way. I do not have a manager or a handler. So you say manager, handler, think about it like an agent, like an agent in entertainment. Think about it like an agent or a publicity, manager. I do that for myself. That's my way of saying I really don't care. No, I don't have anybody running my life. I own my own identity in the market and legally. I'm not a sovereign citizen. I said that earlier in the broadcast. I'm going to say it again so that people are aware. I am not a sovereign citizen. I do not identify. Point blank, period. I will offer the legal identity that I paid for to those who ask for it, whom, are like specifically legally designated and non-corrupt. Those who are just, I will offer that to them. But when I say that name to someone who is not proper with authority, there is a consequence to that should they attempt to use my name in a legal fashion. There is a cost in all that. But yeah, the only people that I answer to when it comes to the law are those who are just. And when I give that name, it's in a just fashion to them. And it is in an unjust fashion, or just a typical civil, common fashion to the remainder. And it is to be presumed as such, if not already recognized as such. And then, when I'm saying it to a regular person, I'm saying that name. The name I was born with, or given at birth, or given at whatever. I don't see it as my name. Y'all know what I go by for now. And then I got another and another short-term aliases that I'll reactivate and utilize later for certain jobs that I got to do, that the United States government is already fully aware of, that I made them aware of, and my constituents and employers are not very happy about that. But I told them, I'm like, look, I'm an American. You're asking me to do things that are very outside of my purview, and I don't feel comfortable doing these jobs if the people who have protected me my whole life are not aware of that information. I am not going to go to war with the people that raised me for money. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to just keep that to myself to make my job easier, knowing that it's going to create strife and problems at home. I have no idea. That information is kept away from me for specific purposes. Like, I specifically asked not to be told so that I did not mess it up. I'm very controlling of my own life, and to fight that temptation, I don't want to know, so that I'm not interfering in the plans of people who are built to plan. I'm not the master planner in this world, and there are people in this world that are very, very good at planning. I leave it to them to handle those. I handle myself, while they usually just sit and shake their heads or do a little forehead palm. But, they're not the people you think they are. They are much higher up than that, and I would highly recommend you do not waste, invest, or risk any more of your time by attempting to identify people that have betrayed me. That is already all handled, and if you touch any part of that situation, you are deemed a criminal at minimum. There are much higher, more negative designations that you will not get credit or clout for in the mainstream or underground. Leave it alone. You will disappear from written history, and your bloodline will be wiped from this planet. Yeah, real thing. I appreciate your support. Wasn't able to tell you over the past year. You can thank the people that got too greedy with my name when they could have just let it go. I'd be making a full income. They'd be making millions of dollars legally. Yeah, that's where things were going. But instead, they wanted to pretend like they're all about principle. And they exposed themselves with a confession. And no, I don't find that valuable because I'm not a priest. And I'm not a judgment person. I'm a person of mercy, not a person of judgment. mercy. I guess a certain fashion's judgment could be seen as mercy, but the point is, I don't like judgment. I don't do judgment. It's not for me. Never have, never will. Just remember, a lack of judgment is not the same as acceptance. I didn't say I was an accepting person. I'm a non-judgmental person. I like very much being alone. Therein lies the crux. Me liking being alone and telling people to leave me alone while asking for their money. Being on the internet, asking people to make sure that I could earn at least $250 to get myself a bicycle and a lock and a fishing license to be self-sufficient, at least for a good time. At least for a good amount of time. While telling you to leave me alone when I'm on a live broadcast as if it's your fault. I never thought I would be communicating in this way. But I guess I have it in me, I guess it's part of my personality. I just didn't know it. And that's okay. I was always afraid of the negative. I don't like the negative, but I understand and recognize that there is a place for it. It's just, when it comes to the positive, I'm only keeping you because you're paying me. I'm a totally honest person. I do not let anyone call me crazy, even joking. But I will take your money. My associations are like light and dark. I no longer see them as good and bad. I've broken off those associations. Light and dark, like positive and negative. And I know they're not direct associations, but that's the closest I can come to be able to operate in mainstream society, actually be a part of society, is to downgrade my thinking to those associations, light to good, positive to light and negative to dark. That's not how I see it. That's not how I think. But it makes it really easy to be able to communicate with the majority of the general public, which is the expectation on social media. So, I have expectations put on me not to be too niche. And that's a sacrifice I have to make when communicating with the public, is to, integrate those thought processes for people who don't have the ability to compartmentalize their thoughts to that level of complexity. Oh, by the way, this town that I'm in right now, all I had to do was take the bus around town once. I know all your secrets. To everyone in the network of people that's been stealing from me since birth, I know every one of your secrets. To the point where I could write them all in a book and have them memorized. To the depth that you can't take those memories from me. You're lucky that I am not you, or I would own you. Thankfully for you, I don't care. It's none of my business. I'm not going to make it any of my business. Because I don't want to. And if you ever put a warrant out on me again, I'm going to charge that state in full for what the entire country owes me in total. You know why. And yes, doing it on the replay does count. So yeah, you did it again. Georgia's about to be very poor. You want help with that? I think Texas might be able to help. You owe me a little more than safe passage is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know or care where you, anyone, wanted me to be. I answered to one person and one person only. Now I don't answer to anyone except God. Even if I answer you, I am not answering to you. Even if you think I am. Even if I work for you. People that I work for know that. I am an independent. Moving on. We're going to work it out. All I need from you is enough money to live on, which for me is about, I'd say $500 a month. If I say 1,000, I know you'll fulfill it, but then I'll spoil myself based on my own standards. $500 a month is enough for me to do maintenance on my body and on my gear when I need to replace it. Beyond that, I want to be in a position where I must go from campsite to campsite, hunt, fish, and, collect my own water. So as long as I'm making enough money to replace my water filters and replace my clothing every now and again, and take care of my body if something happens, I'm good. And as far as medical bills, things like that, I'm going to let y'all know, I've accrued hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of medical bills over the past couple of years. And they've just disappeared. Because the pharmaceutical, and I don't know if you call it the hospital industry, but the medical industry owes me so much money for the connections that I built for them and the funding that I got for them during COVID to take care of people. And for those that actually keep them alive, because y'all know my rules and how I do things. That I'm never going to owe a hospital bill for the rest of my life. And anyone dumb enough to try and force me to usually ends up in cuffs. So I'm good on that end. But if y'all can make sure I make $500 a month long enough for me to get myself conditioned up to be able to travel the world very minimum budget in a survivalist fashion, which is what I want to do, you can have the rest until I'm done seeing the world. Just don't hold me up along the way, and don't do crazy, stupid stuff like this. I don't even care if this is your way of trying to put me in a situation where people are going to feel bad for me and send me more money. I don't care if this is your way of trying to force me on screen. Don't do it, because it costs more money than what it's worth. That's why it's called a crime. What you did to me, you didn't do for me. It's a crime. It's a setup. Even if it's setting me up for success, you didn't do it my way. And so I'm not going to be as authentic as I need to be for you. I know you're trying to help. Either find a way to help that lines up with my way of life and my way of thinking, or just sit back and watch and let somebody else do it. And if you can't handle that, you don't want to be seeing me suffer or whatever it might be, call a cousin. Find somebody that will do it the way that I need it done. Because beyond that, it's like you get me coal for Christmas and I don't have a fireplace. You know what I'm saying? And then I have to explain where the coal came from. And I don't want to say it was you because you're a criminal. So, and then I end up, you know what I mean? You hand me the coal and I'm like, it's all awkward. Well, thank you so much. Because I feel bad. I don't want to say no. And then you walk away and then I'm quick stashing it or throwing it away and running from it so I don't get caught with it because I'm embarrassed. Possession is 9/10 of the law. And, it's not a crime to the government or anybody, but it's a crime against me and my person and the way that I operate and how I make money. You are costing me money with the way that you're helping me. And so you're bankrupting me. And it's not worth it to me. I don't need people to feel that bad for me. I know how to survive on my own. Y'all were not there for the years that I didn't have a phone and I walked across this country. All right? I know how to eat. I know how to sleep. I know how to survive without money at all. But if I don't charge something for what I'm doing, then it affects the market as a whole. For the amount, for the magnitude of the network that I have that isn't on mainstream media, it really, like to the point where it affects the stock market, not exaggerating. So I have been given the rules. I have been told how it is. They say, look, either you charge money or we're going to make sure you can't keep a phone in your pocket. So, okay. Obviously, I'm not complaining. But they're not doing it to help me. They're doing it to help themselves. And that's why you get more respect from me on that than they do. It is what it is. I'm glad they're helping everybody, but they're not helping me. Either pull the trigger or shut up. That light means you're now visible by my satellite in the northwest. Look up and to your left. That's me. Now, unless you'd like to be fried like a chicken, put your weapon back in its bag and walk away. And I learned that in LA. And I'm not talking about Louisiana. In LA for the World Cup, helping keep it safe. In LA? Why are there games in Los Angeles? I'm not paying attention right now. Dude, they kicked me out of the next door. They kicked me out of the Hollywood Nextdoor because I went on a trip. I have a verified address on Nextdoor. And y'all were so butthurt that I went on an extended trip that you kicked me off out of the community. Like, what the? Y'all aren't even from this country. Y'all are illegal immigrants. And you kicked me out of a group about a town built by my family 5,000 years ago. Love you too. I'll tell you, the church sure taught you how to be hospitable. My goodness. Anyway. Wristband? Yeah, I went to Juneteenth. They had down the road here. I came, like I told the story about how I ended up in this town. Just watch the replay. And I got off the bus. I really had to poop. Didn't know where to go. And, well, as I was getting along on the bus, I saw they had the Juneteenth by the city hall. So I thought, man, I bet they have a bathroom. And I get off the bus, and I walked over to the city hall, and I went to the Juneteenth event, and it was really cool. But because my own best friends are trying to extort me, or like condition me or something, because they think they're like eternal celestials that can't die because they're clinically insane. Yes, I'm not even kidding. Like, I know how to evaluate that, and they're not what they think they are. And I don't have a way to teach them. They're totally convinced. My friends, not anymore. Now they are customers, and they will stay that way. After I found out, once I, like, I know for a fact that that's what they think they are. Like, nope. I'm done. I'm cool. Y'all want to pay me? I'll keep making sure your lives are put together and staying together. But we can't be friends because, like, I am sane. And I can't have people that are not sane that close to me. Can't do it. It's not healthy for me. Once my life is a little less transient, then sure. But it's going to be a couple of years till then anyway, whether I'm making money or not. Yeah, so I didn't even have enough to buy beer. Or whatever they're selling. They're selling alcohol. They weren't selling any other types of drinks that I saw. So I was going to buy a beer because I wanted something to drink. And I had $6. I had like $3. Still, I have like $3.40 in my account. There might be a little more. Might had some put back. That's another thing is I got people sending me money, right? Like business income. And they're like trying to control how I spend it. And I'm like, bro, you're a customer. Like, what are you doing? Why are you trying to control my business? Like, do you want to make it obvious that you're an organized criminal? Or do I have to call you out on it and no longer be able to accept your money? Because, like, I know for sure, but unless the law says it to me or I see legitimate evidence, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do anything or, like, report it. Because I don't have a way to know for sure. Unless, like, I tried to get a bus to Florida or back to LA and somebody killed me on the bus and happened to be part of an organized criminal organization. Who knows? But now that I went through that replay so I could prove what they did to time-traveling investigators, apparently a thing, I'm taking down an entire sect of a white supremacy group that is very prominent in America. And I do not want any props from any community that doesn't like them. I only did it because they were bothering me. And now they need to get the point that I am not white. My identity is purchased. And the paperwork is as white because I do not have, as a native European by blood, a classification in the system. So I have to put white. Enjoy the money, unless you're just going to give me money and not be sending criminal people from your group in my direction. Leave me alone. If you want to chill, send me regular white people that aren't racist and aren't part of criminal organizations or just aren't criminals in general. I'm cool with white. I like white people. I look white. It makes it easy. But if you're not a good person, if that's not your role in society, we don't mesh. And I'm not, on the level of identity, maintaining a role in society. I'm an operator. I'm a navigator. I'm a developer. I'm not a participant. I'm not a full participant. So, like, don't be throwing that in my direction. Please. And thank you. And don't be calling me a snitch because then you're calling me a criminal. I'm not a criminal. So leave me alone. There's going to come a day when my life is in a position where we can hang out and I can facilitate an environment where if you are humble enough and willing that you can refrain from criminal activity long enough for us to enjoy a time, like to go out and do something or, you know, to have an excursion, whatever it might be. But like, until then, we can't associate at point blank period. All right. But yeah, the law enforcement was down at the Juneteenth, and they were giving away bands and fidget spinners. So I got a band and a fidget spinner. And, and I got this necklace from the cultural... I don't remember. I'm lying. They were nice to me, okay? Shut up. So essentially, the closest comparison I could give as far as my life experience, because of what I've been through and how I was brought into this world, it's really nice. I can sense the vibe. Bluetooth, just so you know, Bluetooth is a Scandinavian thing. It existed far before it ever was put into electronics. And what am I? You have two options from here on in. All right? Because I just did 3 years for you. Do not, because I need you to understand something. To the people that run your lives, you are seen as pets. You are seen as experiments. This is not a joke. This is not a game. They do not care for your humanity. They do not believe in the existence of your soul. You are a project. You are a piece of meat. To the people that will decide what happens to you next, when it comes to what I'm about to say, do not take me saying that I just did 3 years for you as a way to like turn around and punish me, make me do 3 years of something or whatever. Just don't do it. You may see yourself as my superior in a certain space, but the people that decide what happens to the things that decide what happened to your life, I have direct communication and connection with them, and you do not. I am telling you for a fact, they are going to penalize you and wipe you, and not in your old age. Let it go. Thank you. I am now at this point choosing the replay options as I'm moving forward, at least to the point where I made the decision to leave this town to go north. Instead of going north, I don't know what the heck. I'm just going to do something other than going north or west. I'm also doing this in a fashion that makes sure that it has to be covered up so that there aren't any people around that have to deal with this type of drama in the future. Because I hate how I'm acting, and I don't like the things I'm having to say. And I don't want my behavior to create any form of, for Pete's sake, reverberation or follow suit from any fans or anyone. So I'm making sure that as I move forward, I burn the bridge, that none of you are going to turn around and try this crap in the future. I'm making sure that I am the only one that does it, and it never happened after it's over, except people that try to claim that it happened. And then the next time somebody tries to sit down here and do something even dumber than what I'm doing, because that's the guarantee, the cops will be sitting around the corner, or there'll be a camera making sure it doesn't happen. And that's how much I hate this type of stuff. And right now you are forcing me to do it. Getting me to stop doing it isn't going to create a solution, because I can't walk out of here. This lady dropped me off here, and it's blocked from all ends from on-foot travel. I don't have any way to get out of this town until I get a bicycle. Literally. The next time I put a request out into the universe, instead of being a bunch of wimps, do me a favor and just buy the bike or send me the money and let me handle whatever comes with you getting that for me. How about that? I have endless amounts of security resource, literally. And you, instead of just buying me a bike, you get me you play all these tricks and get me trapped up outside of a beach town. Why? It didn't have to happen. That's all I'm saying. It didn't have to happen. I'm going to shut down the restaurant if you keep trying to call the cops on me. Go back to your job and leave me alone. Thank you. Announcement for announcement. Oh, all right. Since we need to push it, there is a Frank and Archie Street up the road, and there is a South Park near MacArthur, and they have direct connection and funding through Katy, Texas. I mean, I could go on about all the things I already knew about, but I had to wait until I was in the town because I'm that disciplined to the system, and y'all are underestimating how far I'm willing to go, and that I don't have to break the law to go that far, and that y'all don't have to be criminals. You can just start doing things the way you're supposed to do them instead of panicking and committing crimes when I know full well that you're capable of doing things the way they're supposed to be done without the violation of your humanity or your commitments. Quit being afraid of those people. I am already protecting you. I'm not going to stop. You need to get over it and realize that you do not have what I have, and you're not allowed to mimic me. That's why you're getting in trouble for it. And yes, you are being blamed for it because you're making an active choice when your intentions are very obvious. Stop manipulating to gain favor because you have run out of resources doing it. I bought you a year by doing 3. Don't screw it up. You disrespect me one time, y'all are doing 3 more, and I'm not doing it with you. End of story. That's it. Put a 1 if you remember the replay. Put a 2 if you don't. I'm allowed to do this. I am the only person on the planet you can get away with this with. I'm paying for it. I'm literally paying for you to be allowed to do it. Don't make it a habit where you go and be talking about it. Do not. Make sure that you got headphones on or that you're alone, and do not talk about anything I'm talking about on this broadcast in public. I am literally the only person that can get away with this, at least in America. I want a 1 in the chat if you remember the last 3 years of your life happening twice. I want a 2 if you don't. I'm not deceptive like that. I'm not gonna turn around and take it out on you. And I do have the ability to stand against my own family and the people that are put in place to enforce your violations. I am one of the only people that's allowed to help you like that. Well, I remember you, so I'm gonna follow you. Just remember, this is not a rebellion. It's an educational tool that is ahead of its time for the sake of self-preservation. And there is a bill that comes with it. And I know that you can afford it if you respond to my request. And if you respond to the request, the protection will be honored. If you need it. But it will put you years ahead to society. Just that is where it becomes your responsibility. Be very careful with it. You better be a good person. You better handle yourself responsibly. And I know I'm talking to you like a child, but I'm dead serious. You better mature up. No matter how mature you are, you better double it by the end of this year, because that's going to be the requirement. When responding to that, I don't come with a disclaimer. I offer one, but sometimes it comes later. But it's, trace it, take it. I don't care what you do with it, I want it. Don't even care who it is. You have a request. What protections? Essentially, I run the equivalent of every major criminal organization combined, except it's not criminal nor law enforcement. You're interested in some content, bruh. I can't talk about any of that on here, man. You know where to find it. Listen, I run all my platforms concurrent. Since we're bringing it down to a typical conversation. I don't even want to be doing it. But y'all been so good to me. And that's what I got. So, same username everywhere. You know how it works. Listen, since I gained my legal identity in purchase, I do not accept anyone that is outside of that race into the identified sector of the group. It's a money thing. It literally affects the international market to a point where if I were to accept people that are not of that classification into it, it would crash entire markets, like, in a country. And that's stuff I ain't gonna be talking about on here. I'm not gonna explain the socioeconomic politics. Point being, I'm not the president. I don't run a country. You know what I mean? So I'm just gonna do what I'm told and not go any further with it. Yeah, we don't want none of that in here, dude. That is between you and whoever is about to be knocking on your door. I don't know how to do it. And you, I'm sorry to say, I don't know if you sent me money or not, but it sucks if you did. Double what? Oh, I don't remember. I'm gonna give you one shot. Alright. Don't mess it up. Sounds like something out of DC. Oh, that's what I was saying to my friend the other night. Give me a second, I'll tell you. Where do you find it? This is TikTok. I don't want help with the moderation because I have the team keeping it. Or no. Excuse me. When I say moderation, I mean restriction, like account restriction to keep it from going on the For You page. Just because, like, where I'm at and the amount of money I have at this very moment, it's not a good idea for me to end up on For You. But tell you the story. Finding spicy content is not something we ask on TikTok. Look at every single person that does spicy content, and when they talk about it on TikTok, they got like 3 to 4 photos or videos on their accounts. And they mostly just do live stream, and that's it. Because it's like, TikTok doesn't want it. They don't want it on there. TikTok is now algorithmically policed by Oracle, which is owned by Facebook. And Facebook has like a strictly no, like they don't want any of that in the mainstream. So, I'm mainstream. I don't know if y'all realize that, but I'm very good at faking it. I am mainstream. I can't be having any of that talk up in here. And I said, So, use your brain. You know where to find it. It's not that hard. But, trying to get me to talk about it, things like that. You're taking advantage of me. You're stealing money from me. I don't care if you don't understand how. I told you. That's it. Take it or leave it. You see me on the FYP. I have no idea.
Thank you so much. Some people feel like
Yeah, I tell you, it only took the guy a decade to realize that I genuinely do not care. In reference to whatever people have going on, or if they're lying or telling the truth. I don't care. It's none of my business. Whatever you're doing or not doing, or even if I see it, you know what I mean? The only time that you're gonna have a problem with me is if you give me a problem because of something that I saw or heard. Because that's when I get upset. I'm like, first off, you're questioning my integrity. Second off, you're questioning my focus. And third off, you're being vain. I don't care what you're doing. I'm not you, you're not me. I don't even know you. I don't like what you're doing. Why would I want anything to do with it to begin with? If you're hurting somebody and I'm seeing it, I ain't gonna lie to you, I might call the cops on you. But, and depending on what it is, it might do something myself. But if I see you making a drug deal, if I see you, I don't know, making love in a parking lot, it's none of my business. If I see you walking through town and because I got the skill, I know who you work for, what you do, I seen your face, shut up and keep walking because I don't care. And I tell you, you upset me enough, I'll start acting like I'm scared, or I'll start acting like I'm weak, just to draw you in. I don't play with it, but if I know it's going to come back to bite me anyway, and I recognize that it's better to handle now, I handle it now instead of later. And if not, I let it play out, This is great. I got a 30,000 milliamp battery. I'm still 60%. I can sit here and go all night with y'all till tomorrow, as long as I'm permitted. I ain't got nowhere to go, and I ain't going to the Salvation Army because they'll kill me in the middle of the night, literally. They think I'm like the Antichrist or something. That's not an exaggeration. I literally have a reputation with the Salvation Army, to the point where they think that I am some sort of Satanist or something because I'm related to people that do that stuff. But I'm not one. And such is my luck. But that's life. Salvation Army is pretty cool. Other than them being paranoid about me, they're freaking awesome.
He invited me to join the live as a guest.
Salvation Army is pretty cool. Other than them being paranoid about me, they're freaking awesome. I will tell you that was before I did. Oh, excuse me. All right.
What's going on, Jimothy? You invited me to the live.
I don't want to talk to you.
Why'd you invite me to the
Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's fine. He's good. Whatever he's saying, if you need to mod him or something, go ahead, or I don't care.
Into the live, you idiot.
Wait, did I mute myself? I bet I did, didn't I?
No, you...
Okay.
Myself, you idiot. Why did you invite me to the live if you don't want me here?
Why? Can I turn your camera on? That'd be pretty funny. How do I do this? Can I do that?
You're such a tool. What are you doing, James? What's your plan to get out of Texas?
Oh, wait. I don't have to hear you. There we go. All right. If y'all get annoyed by him or whatever, you got to handle that. I seriously, bro, like...
Well, this is awesome.
It's too much. I missed your comment. I was going to answer your comment, but I'll,
James, I liked how you called me a branch earlier and not, like,
be quiet for
the main cause to your problems. I appreciated that. Thank you. Nothing to say to that? Just gonna sit in silence? Like two cool guys? How's your night going?
This. I don't care. Remember, this is a paid name. I make money whether things go good or bad.
Maybe your mods are like paid for.
My bosses are watching this though.
Who are your bosses?
They're sure gonna love this guy. He's gonna grow a lot, or he's gonna end up half the height he is right now.
The fuck does that mean? What?
None of my business.
Like I'm gonna grow in height, or someone's gonna cut my legs off? Like fucking. Oh, Hank Hill's dad. Remember Hank Hill's dad from King of
Yeah. Juan wants to know why we can't see your face.
You know what my face
looks like. Why you got your camera off? Scared?
I'm Pikachu.
What are you afraid of?
You don't want to see my face, James. You know what it looked like.
Lightly. As a mod, you can't remove them. That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Do you forget what I look like,
hey,
James?
He's my boyfriend. Y'all didn't know that? We're secret lovers.
I thought we were brothers. You said you were Finnish. Do you know that I'm Finnish?
Why do you think when me and my buddy became boyfriends, I asked for an open relationship? I didn't want to upset Steve. You don't upset this. You're forced to reckon with.
This is some interesting lore you're building, James. Remember when you said you were struck by lightning, but you didn't know until 2 days later? That was a fun story.
Did I say your name right? I don't even know. I don't know royal stuff. I'm not a crown or cross guy. It's not much of my thing.
Why are you itching your crotch so much? Did you get crabs?
Steve, you gotta cut it out. There was actually somebody up that way not too long ago.
With crabs?
They're gonna flip this on you.
The man with crabs is gonna flip this on me?
I told you I'd keep you alive, but you know what I mean. If you haven't noticed, you're pushing the limit. You know?
James, you don't make me that much money anymore. Like very little. Enough to buy weed, but that's about it. So I don't know. You've been going on about saying, "Oh, these people are paying my bills," and blah 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 blah, but not really.
All of my money, and now you want to be a part of. Like I kind of take it as a compliment, but if you weren't so raunchy with everything you're doing,
how am I raunchy?
Like being a criminal and all that.
What? How am I a criminal too?
But
I would like
this is exactly
for you to describe how I'm a criminal
I
and
say
raunchy.
no, and y'all take it as a yes, and that's why I can't jive with you because it's too much.
It's too much for you to handle.
That's why I end up being too much. And since I really can't take the blame for it, and you don't want to take the blame for it, just quit.
What do you want me to take the blame for?
Maybe do a little more of you and a little less of me.
I do me all the time.
That could work.
I got lots of other subjects other than you.
And you're not covering for anybody anymore. That guy's dead.
Who? What? James, you speak in riddles, and it's very annoying, to be honest. Like, could you just speak straight? Could you just say what you want to say instead of being like a vague...
Not a setup, not a cover-up.
Fucking song or whatever?
And, you know, to the Celestials, that's murder on your part.
Murder?
Already proven. I reported it to the FBI to distract you from the investigation that was going on. That was far more important.
And the IRS, right?
you're using your content to take lives. So, considering
James.
over 60% of the lives you're taking are American, you and me are going to be buddies for a while.
Jimothy, I'm not American.
Get your boss.
The FBI and the IRS can't do anything to me.
When we get your boss, because he's bothering me more than you're bothering me.
My boss is YouTube.
Maybe you'll be less cranky and a little more fun.
I was pretty cranky today, but not because of
If
you.
not,
You cheered me up.
You know,
Thanks for inviting me on, James. It was very unexpected.
oh, but you're asking about the Grayson Riley thing.
Who is
That
on him?
was, what do you call it? I was staying at a condo is a buddy of mine that lives in Canada. Excuse me. I've been connected in Canada long before this guy even knew how to talk.
You've never been to Canada.
But I was staying at that condo.
You were in Vegas when you went to
I wanted
Grayson
some
Riley.
privacy. So I
And you
created
met
my first
Steve
alias
Kelso.
for like a day and a half. And no joke, I made I bet you I made anywhere between 1 to 5 videos using that alias. And it just, I don't know, like it just stayed, it stuck. And people have been on me about that ever since. My guess is that somebody started a whole bunch of rumors and like they took off or whatever. But like there's footage of me going into the condo, leaving the condo, and like sat footage from the Air Force Base up the road of me just kind of walking around town.
In Canada?
That's it. Nothing else to. I know that's boring, but that's
What's the point of the story, James?
I was trying to reinvent myself, and I just used it to do a job, and then got rid of it.
You did. You caressed Steve Kelso's nipples,
Trying to sing a
James.
song and looking like a nut.
His nipples.
It stuck.
And kissed him on the cheek. Remember that?
But I will thank y'all for blowing my cover over and over again. I am so much better at what I do than I used to be, now that I can't hide. Almost ever.
Why aren't you going back to Georgia? I think he's just pretending to not be able to hear me.
Not doing stuff for them, having no idea how tired I am. Like, I literally have $3 and I'm half asleep when I wake up. So, it's just not happening. Yeah. I guess I've been doing it for so long that I look like I'm fine. And I'm fine enough to the point where I don't need help, but I'm not fine enough to, like, do stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to go out and party. I could literally drop dead.
Who the
Like,
fuck are you going
I
to party with,
am in
James?
survival mode, and my body is pushed to the limit, and my mind is pushed to the limit. If I go out drinking, I may die. I literally may have a heart attack in my 30s, or an aneurysm in my 30s, or I may get stabbed because I said the wrong thing to the wrong person because I'm like half asleep.
Really? Really, James? This is me. Remember me? You remember me, James? Let's go get a drink.
What am I gonna do for you?
What are you gonna do for me? What are you gonna do for me, James?
I am going to pay for all the plastic surgery. We're gonna go together.
You got a crooked nose too.
Yep. You have take me on my word. Record this and keep it. You have my word. When I make my money, I want you to hold me to that. And if I don't do it for you, sue me.
Like my palm cream?
Serious. You'll be the first person I let sue me.
Yeah.
You didn't let go. You're a dick.
Like, oh, what?
And you're mean as hell.
I'm
You didn't let go.
mean? James, I'm
I
not
have a lot of
mean.
respect for you. I have a lot of respect for you for that. I
Wow.
don't like what you do or what you say about me.
You said
you
you
are
was
really
sick
good at guitar.
my guitar at my ass.
But man, I'm not the type to be able to hold things against people or whatever. And you're half decent. And I only say half because I'm doing me. In the real world, you're pretty decent, and you're not too bad at what you do.
Why did
There
I
aren't
have
a
to
lot
turn
of
my
people
camera
that
on for
earn
you to get...
what they get.
You not
You're
hear
one of
me
the few
before,
that
James?
doesn't earn most of what you got.
James.
I'm the one that
James.
would know, so I'm telling you. I just don't like that you use me to do it. I
James.
wish you would, you know. Find
You're a
some-
very
maybe
small
focus
part
on
of my
guitar a
show,
little bit more
James.
because you're pretty good at that.
Very small. You're not up here on my show anymore. You like got me
I don't know what you're
demonetization.
doing for me, but I could see by the look on your face that you are doing something for me. I have you muted because I'm in public, and there's people around that may give you a problem if they find
No,
out.
I'm not muted. I can hear myself through the thing. Do you just have
I
your
don't wanna
volume
make
turned all
more
the way
work for
down?
myself or you.
If he just has his volume turned all the way down, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Jimothy.
The thing is,
Jimothy.
You're not a criminal in your country, and I get that. But you are a criminal in our country. And that
Your audience
kinda
can hear me,
matters,
but
you know?
he can't hear me, apparently.
I don't, do stuff with people from other countries because I don't know the laws in those countries. You know what I mean? Like, I'll watch their content, I'll send them gifts, I'll comment, regular comments, but I really don't get that involved because I don't know their laws. And it's not that I would find out the hard way, but it's the kind of thing where you taught me that sensitivity, with what you've done.
Since James can't hear me, but the audience can, James beat up his pregnant girlfriend on the side of a road, and he's a very evil man, and you should report this account. Yep, everybody Google James Saroka.
What's happening is the guy that hopped up on my live has been stalking me for the better part of 6 years, 7 years.
6 years.
Just came out of nowhere. I got no idea.
Watching his
who he
public
is.
content is
I still
stalking,
haven't found
apparently.
out who he's connected or related to. Guys from the past, 10 years ago that are still stalking me, they stalk me in real life now because they've escalated.
How do I stalk you in real life? I don't stalk James in real life, but not even in the same country as the guy.
Doesn't justify it. But this dude, I really don't know, and I really don't care. It's just really super annoying.
He just invited me up to this broadcast for some reason. That's why I'm here, because it said, James wants you to talk in this broadcast. So I was like, yeah, fuck, why not?
But I am tolerant and enduring, and I have learned from past experiences that sometimes those who may seem to be enemies can become some of the greatest assets.
I'm not an asset to you,
Some of the
James.
biggest pains in my butt over the years, people that have caused me to starve, caused me to almost die, they are now some of the best operators that I have in my network.
We're not going to be friends, James. I'm a better friend to Josh, too.
A little
than
finesse
you
and a
are,
lot of kindness.
which is crazy to say because I don't even
Almost
like.
everything.
Oh, Jimothy.
By the way, the reason I don't go to people, and I hope you do spread this around, is because, as I told you before, the people that run y'all's lives, really run your lives, the ones that are behind the scenes you don't know about for the most part, it's a violation, a very big one, for me to, interact with you and whatnot. I'm really not supposed to. It's beyond terroristic. For me to go, unless I'm in a life or death situation or I really need the help, or I'm paying a pretty high price for it and I've had it approved first, I'm really not supposed to. So that's why, you know what I mean? I get offered a lot of opportunities. That is the under the cuff reason why I, for the most part, have turned down a plethora of opportunities. Because
I wish you could hear me so I could ask the opportunities. It's all nonsense. It's a nonsense story. People listening on TikTok.
I like the things that I do, even though I'm not being paid for them. So.
Jimmy Saroka punched his pregnant ex-girlfriend. And went to jail. And then he got out of jail, violated the restraining order, went back to jail. Got out of jail, violated the restraining order again, and went back to jail again. He's been to jail 3 times. He's a piece of shit human being.
I'm going to tell you this one time and one time only.
Wait, can you hear me, James?
Before I knew, that's why I got let off easy. But now that I know, it's a pretty high form of crime for me to engage or copulate with most of you.
Live visibility restricted for 10
Reason
minutes.
being,
James, what did you do to get the live
job
restricted?
and
Oh no, we got the live
now lost
restricted,
my
James.
connections. You didn't even answer the friggin' thing anyway, so so, you know, to some of the people that I work for, you are
Oh,
considered
that's a
pets.
good idea. I don't know how to do
you've
that.
spliced
I don't know how to
DNA,
do that in real
You're
time
not
though.
fully human anymore. And that is in part considered bestiality. So,
Bestiality. What are you talking about, James?
I can't get with you, can't sleep with you. I'm fully human. I don't have any spliced DNA from any species of any kind. It's not allowed.
I think James would fuck a goat. I guess I could just say nefarious things to get his TikTok restricted. What does TikTok not like? Tell me what you guys. What isn't TikTok like? He's talking about bestiality. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Lucy Goosey.
For those of you that are watching, the moderator I have right now,
Is not doing shit apparently.
Make sure he gets paid. Thank you.
The moderator is doing a lot. Apparently, you guys letting this nefarious individual up. Shout out OnlyFans. Shout out bestiality, apparently, according to James. Shout out. What are we going to shout out? Jim has fake mods. They're
They don't have 5150 in Canada.
buddy trolling.
Also, it's not the 70s. But what do I know?
It's the 80s. What a weird night this has turned into. James, can someone, the mod here, can you tell him to turn his volume up so he can hear me, so we can have a conversation? Because I don't even know why I'm here right now.
Just don't block anybody that is sending money. That won't go well. All right? Anything else you got to do, you got to do that.
Oh, thank you for the roses.
Even if they're saying negative stuff, like, you know what
I can't
the
believe
limits are.
I'm getting roses on James Saroka's live stream. This is a crazy world we're
If they're
living in.
sending money, be a little more lenient. Off limits is off limits. Anything about violence, anything that is like political, you know the rules.
Shout out 9/11.
I don't rage bait, dude. I've been doing this for about 11 years. There ain't nothing that actually gets to me, and it never did.
I've been doing this for, I don't know how long. How long have I been doing this for now? At least 2 years. Without a job. This has been my job for 2 years, you guys. Sometimes I'm not good at it. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I get on James Saroka's live stream. By mistake. On my real account with all the guitar videos on it. Go check out my guitar videos, people, on TikTok. The 23 of you. I'm a cool guitarist guy. James is an evil woman beater.
I'm very, very, very good at emulating fear.
Has crabs. I'm the best fucking guest ever. What are you guys talking about? What do you guys want to talk about? I'll interact with the audience. What do you guys want to talk about, audience? Steven getting gifts. Haha! That's awesome. James does interact with his audience. We can hear that Steve guy. If you can't, you should turn up your volume.
I'm battling an international terrorist.
Oh, but what? An international terrorist? That's a little crazy sounding. That's giving me way too much credit. I'm not even a terrorist, like, to myself, let alone a fucking
Steve,
country,
thanks
bro.
to you, my credit score is going to go up about 80 points. Appreciate it.
I don't know how that's even possible, but okay. I don't think he knows how credit scores
And
work.
you made me like $800 just by coming on here. I appreciate you giving me my money back.
That's not right. I could send you a screenshot of all the money I've made off you this month, James, if you want. I send it to Josh. You could ask Josh for it. Like actual money, real money, not imaginary money. Need a huge sweaty
it was.
pipe?
All right, so here's the connect for you, right? ByteDance, that still owns a portion of TikTok, is owned as a Chinese company.
James is live, and he
ByteDance
accidentally
has a
invited me
social
on,
credit
and he
score
doesn't know how to
system.
take me off of his
Oracle
live.
monitors
And it's great.
maintains the algorithm in a fashion that emulates that social credit score system. So yeah, in essence, it does.
Thank you, Breach, for the rose.
And so, as I've been making TikToks over the past year, my credit score has been increasing. I mean, that's not an inside job. It's not illegal or anything, but, you know. What I will tell you is I got hit by a car in Vegas. And
You've been sending Josh all the hospital
collaboration,
bills.
as they call it, because they're absolutely insane, between people that work for Facebook, people that work for TikTok, and people that work for X.
Oh, I should
for
probably
X.
take this thing off. Sorry. I didn't realize that. If your credit score is so good, why can't you just get a credit card and go get a hotel? Go get a hotel, James.
And it actually knocked my head back into place.
Let's stop right here for the
I
ambulance.
up for 6 to 8 months.
Everybody watching
wheelchair
for
for
this
2 days.
ambulance, we need to identify this ambulance.
And then,
Clearly trying to
I was in the hospital
intimidate.
for 2 days.
Evan, thank you for the 5.
Ambulance.
Crutches for a couple
Flaws,
of days.
fake as fuck, flaws.
Yeah. After that, I walked it off.
870107. Murder them. Ha ha ha!
As my leg falls
At
asleep.
Kippen is a good little angel and donated
Definitely woke me up, though.
$3.54.
I was like,
Dude,
oh my
this
gosh,
is some
that just
solid
happened.
gold stuff. Tell them he shit himself
Conveniently,
XD.
nobody except everybody that, owns a satellite that I know. Nobody got the plate. But I did. Thankfully, somebody took that person out before the information could be relayed back to me. And everybody that could have been blamed was busy. And no,
I don't know
none
what
of
this
those satellites
25
are
is, but I appreciate you guys.
Fully
Thank you for the 25, whatever those are.
Good old-fashioned bad luck for the person that did a hit and run. Universe works in mysterious ways, No matter how much we try to control things, nature always has its own process.
27.
Because what happened was the feds did find the guy, but not until after reading his obituary.
You talking about the backpack? You talking about your backpack, James? The stolen backpack? Turn up your volume. Fucking James won't turn up his volume. He's too scared of me. Lifting his one leg up because his balls are itching. Because he's been fucking men with crabs. Because that's his only occupation.
It will literally cause the hurricane to be worse. The hurricane that is on the way.
I like being able to just kind of commentate over James's own live stream. It's kind of crazy that he's letting me do this. So I'm going to stay on for that. JR, thank you for the 20 memberships. Welcome, good little angels.
Apparently, Texas has been through enough. Not much different than myself. So we're going to keep it clean.
Sure, people on TikTok have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, but if you come to Steve Live on YouTube.com, you will see and understand and have a good time. Come join the chat. That's not just a bunch of
Tell the guy that
confused
runs
people.
Canada that they got a storm coming.
The storm missed Canada today. I was out in the woods.
In the words of people that run the storm machines, it's got to go somewhere. Y'all chose. I didn't. And quit investigating me. You're wasting my money. I'm a taxpayer now. My money is officially worth twice as much. It's pretty cool.
That's why he's homeless and begging people for money and mad at his supposed boyfriend. Because he's so better off now.
Steve, I wish you'd quit putting me in control of your life. I am not interested in having more children.
What? You're gonna have more children because of me? That's not good. Don't have children. I got 41 little stars because of you, James. I appreciate that.
And then I'm good.
Just turn up the volume so you can hear me. Don't be a little bitch.
As long as I ain't gotta be the father.
You little fucking pussy ass bitch. It's easy to take shots. Just like, come on. Come on, James. Nah, James didn't get his bike yet.
That reminds me. Totally off topic. I'm talking as far as something I was thinking about. You know those people that you are connected with in Paris? The people in France that got arrested over the past couple of months. They were part of the, a very discreet group that nobody knew about.
No, I don't know anything about this.
Just want to let you know.
I hate the French, James. I don't like French people, alright?
They were messing with Dua Lipa. So I did something about it.
Dua Lipa? Well, that's too far.
It's one of my favorite.
Yeah,
girl had a concert on my birthday.
Mm.
And I'm pretty sure, I think she quit on me. I have the money.
You're a fucking goofball, bro.
Yeah. That was cool. That's very cool. Probably has some other significance that has nothing to do with me, but I'll make it about me, right? You like French fries. I like that. I like that answer. I like French fries. Oh, that's funny.
They're really stuck up. French people? La baguette, la croissant.
I used to be into foreign women, and then I became
Why? Why would you like French people?
And I don't like anybody. See, read my shirt. I don't know if it's backwards on screen. It is backwards on screen.
Some things are better off left alone.
11 shares.
Like me, for instance.
Surprised me with that one. Let's see. Flip screen. Is that it? Oh, there we go. I'll do a little of that. Please work.
Yeah, we can see the things. If you could hear me, you could know that it's straight, James. It's straight. Who's winning, Starface? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here. James is trying to show us this shirt.
This phone's advanced enough for this AI stuff, but Grok works, but I don't have access to the AI Live. And I don't know if it's the phone or just restriction, but
The fuck is AI Alive?
oh,
What is this?
I thought it was going to give a background here. Oh well.
Add description to above. What?
Oh yeah, there you go. Some things are better left alone, like me, for instance. I saw a shirt on the internet. I wanted to get it, so I did.
Okay, what about that?
Where do I
Generate?
see how many gifts I have? Or do I not have any?
It doesn't let me generate?
I don't know. 4 minutes. Is that 4 minutes till he's off of there, or 4 minutes till what?
It's generating. James, you ready to see my AI background?
Yeah, probably because you got my live stream restricted. Probably didn't know.
Oh, I changed the background, James. What you gonna do? It's not that great. This AI shit's bullshit. Oh, he turned off. Starface, thank you for the rose. Look, you guys gave me 71 little thingies. Thanks for the beans. Thanks for the beans, you guys.
You realize I'm about to, like, incidentally destroy your life. When I go on this other path, instead of going back the way that I did before...
Well, turn up the volume so you can always hear me, you fucking idiot.
Your entire network.
I'm sure the protagonist in every story had the villain muted while he did his monologue.
Everybody's
Fucking,
in place.
what are you doing?
Make
I
sure
guess I
all
could...
of you get
no, it's on my stream too. James.
You know, gave you an extra 3 years to get your stuff sorted. Pun intended. I didn't want to have to do this, but it is what it is.
Look at this little potato man. Thank you, Tassie, for the little potato in Paris. And the finger heart. The lat caddy.
As far as the part that other people played and how things went after this, until I went back to 2023, I only let it happen so that, you know, I'd have a list of names of people that were doing it.
What's my name, James?
If I'm moving forward,
Do you know
in this
my real
fashion,
name?
You know, I need to know who's who, just in case. Make sure it don't happen again.
My other enemies know my real name.
Without me being in control of it.
I would figure the great James Saroka should know my real name. But
There's
who
too
knows?
far, and then there's so far you must be stupid. Well, you passed stupid about 3 years ago. Oh, excuse me. 5 years ago. Technically, 8 years
Matty
ago.
R put out a $1,000 bounty for my real name.
So you gotta understand that
Thank you, like Caddy, for the rose.
it's not much different than getting rewarded by the system as a homeless person. And what I mean by that is, so for the years that I spent doing that, I would always let people in front of me in line. And the reason was, you know, if they want to move towards being disabled faster, me knowing, you know, like how just accurate and perverse the system is in those ways. You know, it's built to punish you when you are registered that way. Not much different than it's built to punish
thank you,
you
Snarky.
for receiving, like, for having any sort of money.
Thank you, Laurie, for the sparkles, and thank you, Louie, the
So
pizza.
essentially, every
Gonna
dollar
go
that a
little
criminal
angel.
has
Lots of
makes
James
those who run the
content.
system look bad.
Lots of James content behind
So
the
you get
$1
punished
paywall. You
like
hear that,
you
James? The $1 paywall that people love to
That's
see
why
your
I'm letting you steal
goddamn
my
mouth.
money. Because you...
Or
are in
you could just
trouble
go to
that much
Steve
faster and
Saroka
be
on
able to hear that
YouTube
much
and
more.
watch without my commentary for free.
Especially me being me. It won't take long, and, you know, if I miss out on $50 in tips... in
Man, I thank you for
return
giving a good
peace
little
and
angel.
quiet. Oh well.
I like your Furby. That cat, thank you for the rose. JR, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Oh no, I'm not getting a following. My following is set. It is capped out. But I'm just thanking my supporters, my beautiful supporters. And thanking James, I guess, for giving me content today because I was not planning on going live again.
See, y'all don't realize why I'm doing what I'm doing. Like, I got people trying to, like, save me from social media. I want to help you understand something. I have my own life. I live my way the way, I want to. And
Oh, thank you
I'm
for the
not
goat
much
trophy,
interested
Nicole.
at this point in my life in having too many people in my life. Just enough that I'm safe, but not so much that it's too much.
Where do you think you're being a member in
And
19 months?
I don't want people so close that, they have a say in what I'm doing. But, I got people trying to distract me from doing my job, being concerned about me and all that. You gotta understand something. I'm living a life where I really could die in real life. Y'all can't take my life, but nature could.
Not in Minecraft, in real life, you guys.
I live the way that I do. It's a reminder that mortality exists. And it keeps me humble.
Thank you for the laughing disco on the guitar. Oh my goodness,
So,
you guys.
I guess my point is, I use the social media and all that as far as why I use it personally. The same way that my haters use it. In reference to a form of documentation, right? Like, I upload myself on here, and
Ryan, thank you for being a Gillow Angel for 28 months.
If I end up getting caught up in a storm, and
Demon, thank you for the roses.
I don't have a bag, then at least there's something out there. You know what I mean? Like, whatever it might be, at least there's something proving that I existed.
I wish you would just turn the volume up. We could have a conversation. We've had conversations before. I used an accent, Nate, so he didn't know it was me, but it was good times.
Good or bad. I live how I want to live. And I guess because most people are not nearly as individualistic as I am.
Let's stop right here for the
I
ambulance.
genuinely appreciate
Everybody
enjoy the way
watching
that I live.
for this ambulance,
And
we need to identify
what
this
seems
ambulance.
like
The
lows and
ambulance.
depression,
Clearly trying to
that maybe
intimidate.
them,
Ambulance.
from my viewpoint, they're
Flaws,
fine.
fake as fuck, flaws.
And I am
870107. Murder
That's
them.
just the way that I see it.
Ha ha ha!
At JakeJack066 is a good little angel and donated $2. Whale, 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 whale. Thanks for the spicy
In
content.
those ways, it's more of
WOOOOOOOO.
a self-reflecting thing for me than a social thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't look to the next person
Thank you, Jack. Jack, thank you for the 2. I appreciate you.
because they're not going to know how I'm doing as well as I do when they are when they're so social, because I'm not nearly that way on a internal basis. So, it's like what people think of me or how they see me only affects me in so much as it affects my ability to live the life that I want to live the way I want to live it. So,
Esther, thank you for the floating heart. Wow.
we could have a good time and all that other stuff, but it really takes a lot.
James, we could have a fun time too if you fucking unmute me.
Not even for the money. I've worked too hard to have a life that I want, going the way that I want it to go, more so than I could have even imagined.
Amanda, thank you for the thumbs up. So you guys can hear me, but James can't hear me because he has his volume turned all the way down because he's too scared of me. But he doesn't know how to remove me from his live stream, which is very interesting.
Instead of any other direction. Good luck.
Aw, thank you, Starface.
When I cross that border into LA, good luck.
Conger, thank you for the rose.
Realize you're not internationalists. The system does not agree or support you. They don't like you. Mostly because you're kissing feet.
Not feet, peace, feet. Ew,
Figure
James,
if
no.
anybody's gonna break it to me.
I don't feed anyone's feet. I don't kiss anyone's
Thanks for the
feet.
beans. You're up in my broadcast throwing me beans?
At Ryan Ambrose Q is a good little angel and donated $4.99. Airplane, 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 airplane. I'd send Jimothy 5 private jets if I thought he'd actually leave to live in Mexico. Hot pepper, Mexico.
There's a need for a result. Most of y'all are buying into something that just
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for the 5.
buying into
I
something
appreciate it.
that you think exists. And you don't have enough manifest energy in any way as a group to make it reality. You can make it look real, but it fades and it goes away. I tend to stick to the things that already exist, for the most part, that don't have to be fought for. And then the things that I see aren't going anywhere, I'll put into. But the things that I know are just like the hyped up version of what
I'm
people
muted
think
on my stream.
of what
Like,
people
you can only hear me through TikTok. I have my fucking mic muted. I'm gonna actually go and smoke a bowl because I can take you guys all over my house like this.
make the box
Hey,
bigger.
this is pretty fucking fancy. Hold on, let's get another Red Bull. I'm out of Mai Tais. It's gonna be 11.
What does that button do? Notice board, live show, countdown, guest showdown,
Make your box bigger.
matching headers.
Don't make your box bigger.
Inspo. No, I'm good on that. That's weird. Oh, no. Okay, can that go away? What is that? Wallpaper or what? Design. Fluid grid. Oh, that's funny. There
Use
we
the
go.
wallpaper I made, James. I made a piece wallpaper, but you took it off. It was sad.
Is that?
Little Jimmy walking one-footed down the street.
I don't think it worked. Oh, there we go. Alright. Thanks for that. Theme. Good.
Can you guys still hear me? Can you still hear me? I think you can. You just made my fucking screen smaller. GC? Why? You know what?
Allow guest requests.
Now I can invite
Followers
people.
on.
Who should I invite?
Prioritize requests from gifters. Allow co-host. It's multi-guest extra rewards. Restart points after disconnection.
Why can't I invite
Points with guests.
Angie? I
No.
wanna
Oh,
invite
that's why
Angie.
it came on here. Huh.
Why?
So,
Why'd I come on here?
okay, so I have all of my stuff set that people can't legally download my content and use it. There's a setting in here that says share recordings with guests. That's why that guy came live, so that he could legally.
No, it's
steal-
because you
that
invited
he
me
could
on here.
Claim that he had permission to steal my content. Well, that was the
James, I
key.
steal your content anyways.
I
I don't give a fuck
Thank
about
you
your
for
permission.
being honest.
James, you invited me on here.
You
I
are
was
now
screen recording. I can show the invite show up on my screen.
Broad.
It's literally you fucking invited me here.
reproduction of content, SEC something. I have no
You
idea.
stupid twat.
Not my problem. Yeah, it's not something I.
Not
do.
my problem either. I'm smoking weed. Huh.
Let's see.
This goofy goofer. Thank you, Bump Demon, for the hearts.
So we do this.
James.
And then if y'all want to hop on here, just request. I don't know how that's going to go or whatever, but if you want to come on, you can try it and see if it'll work. Give me like 1 second. it's just super weird when like people like that are talking like they're on that level. It just like here's how it went. Like they're bothering me years ago, and then like I've been living my life and increasing myself and all that, and I'm very far past all of that. And like to the point where they shouldn't even be guests in my life. People on that level, people like him. But I'm taking pity. It's like I don't really know what else to do at this point. I hope y'all realize I'm using the last of my battery to stay live with you. I've been prioritizing this whole trip. I've been prioritizing for the better part of a year. And this is the first time that I am just letting loose and sitting here. I can't walk north, can't walk west, can't walk south, can't walk east. I ain't homeless, so I ain't staying at the shelter. Certainly ain't sleeping on the street. And, I hang out until I can. Unless that point doesn't come. But if it comes, then I'll be like, hey, well, where do I go? Can't get a hotel. Where do you want me to go? See what they say. That's it. I mean? Like, there are times that you gotta just throw caution to the wind. Out of this and into a better situation. I just gotta wait for my next paycheck to hit. It shouldn't be more than like a day. I only do it through the website. Like I've tried doing it, like text and all that. And people just, it's always somebody trying to scam me. They're always trying to get more for less and like play it like a game. Like we're in the Middle East and we're like haggling for, I don't know, cricket larvae. Like, you know what I mean? Like I have set prices on my website and that's it. I'm not trying to like negotiate and haggle. It takes a lot of energy and a lot of time. And I'm literally like out here surviving day to day as I travel and like figuring out where I'm going to sleep next and all that. So I don't have time for that. I can't tell you the website. Dude, I already said this earlier. All right. Like you want to stay a mod, you gotta chill on that. This is twice I'm saying it. This is what I mean. Like when it comes to stuff of that nature, people just start like forgetting that they still have to have discipline. I don't care if it's public content or private content. You better be the same way in both spaces or I don't even want you there. I literally block people who are paying me money. And like they could either keep paying money, apologize, and fix their behavior, or I just don't care and whenever they decide to unsubscribe, they unsubscribe. I'm protected from them suing me, so I really don't care. I live in America. I run an American business with an American address and pay American taxes. And in this country, we have right to refuse service. I don't care what country you live in. You are the customer. I am the provider. I am the business owner. If I don't like how you're acting, I'm going to kick you out. And I'm set. That's on you. That ain't my problem. It'd be like that. When it comes to business, man, like, if you've seen the movie The Founder, Ray A. Kroc, Michael Keaton plays Ray A. Kroc. And in one of the scenes, he says that when his competition is drowning, he puts a hose down their throat. In real life, I'm just about the nicest guy. When it comes to business, no holds barred, man. None whatsoever. if you are in the way of my money and I'm not at the risk of breaking the law or getting sued, I don't even think about it. Don't even care. In my mind, money is directly associated to food, shelter, and water. You get in the way of me being alive, you might as well be attacking me in person. I'm going to respond the same way, and I'm going to defend my life. Run out of live goal. I appreciate the 20,000 hearts. I did not realize y'all were tapping so much. Sorry for not saying anything. Let's see, what do we got? There. This is my goal. I want 1 super fan by the end of the night. If y'all want to see me on TikTok more, become a super fan. You want me live more? You want me to prioritize TikTok? You start paying the bills, you start seeing me live. So, I ain't got no super fans yet. You get 1 super fan up there, and you'll be seeing me more. Don't be identifying people in my live, okay? How do you become a super fan? Right above my head, there's the gallery. There's a little scroll thing right above my head. There's the gallery, and then there's a heart with a little ring around it. And you click that, and it's $10 or $9.99 a month, and you become a super fan. And so, essentially, it builds it to a point. Like, if I was making money on TikTok, if I was really making money on TikTok, then I'd be on here. But the reason you don't see me so often, and when you see videos are mostly AI, that's why. Like, I'm up on the website posting, and sending out packages and all that, talking to people in the messages. Like, I'm talking to people in the messages every day. I barely even answer my TikTok messages. Y'all ain't feeding me. You know what I mean? Like, it's like having a dino on it's like, that's just the way it is. Like, y'all put food in my belly, guess what? I'm gonna make sure that I give you my time, but my time ain't free. Oh, set price is $9.99. If you're somebody that's relying on another, some form of income that isn't enough that you can't afford it, then, rely on the community. Hope that there's people in the community that'll pay that price and I show up more often. No, I don't do third stock, bro. I have too much invested in TikTok. I can't go that route. I don't even like doing the website, but hey, y'all start paying me here, I start showing up here. I'll tell you what, y'all get me to 300 a month on TikTok. I'll spend time on here that I would normally spend on the website. But I have so much control over my income that I make enough money to eat in a month on my website. And I don't allow it to go past that as far as subscriber count and all that. Like, I literally have it set so that I can weed people out that are less loyal or that are disrespectful, and then I let it go up a little bit and then I clean it. I don't, if it, if it has to do with finances, I don't play about it. I'd make sure that it's very controlled because that's my income. That money decides how I spend my day. I want to make sure that I have good tabs on it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you a story. So I was talking to my friend on the phone last night because I was up by a place called Livingston. Well, I had walked from Livingston to a campsite, stayed at that campsite for the night, went over to the casino, got something to eat, played a little bit, and then I walked to the next campsite after the sun went down. Well, I didn't realize I was going to be walking through a certain portion of Gator Country. And as I was walking, I also saw a snake skin about the thickness of a fist and a half. No, I say about both fists. And anywhere between 8 and 12 feet long. I'll tell you, my skin crawled. And I was, cold as ice. My skin was just, hair was up everywhere. Oh my gosh. Because it's pitch black, and I got a flashlight. I'd say it's about 50 to 100 lumens, so I ain't seeing much more than a couple feet in front of me. And that was fun. But I ended up walking through Gator Country. I got on the phone with somebody just in case I end up having something happen. There's a lot of dangerous wildlife up there, and the swamp is like the embankment to the swamp on the other side was like 4 to 5 feet in certain areas. And, there were very obvious, gator slide tracks, if you know what I mean. Like, if you ever seen a snake go, and they have, frequent areas that they frequent, so there's, an imprint left. Well, there's gator imprints. So, just about every, I'd say anywhere from 1/3 of a mile to 1/4 mile. And, yeah, so I was freaking flashlight all over the place all night, just staying on the phone. And then, my friend fell asleep. I was on the phone with him, so I called another friend, and he stayed on with me until I got to the campsite. That was fun. And I thought that I was just going to go ahead and follow this road out because the person that had picked me up promised to drive me for 8 hours. Well, they drove me down to this town and then changed their mind. It's okay. So I get out the car and I'm here. Second time, somebody tried getting me trapped up in a city and, attempting to force me into a homeless situation or put me somewhere that the people are going to suck me dry of my money. And, I ain't here for all that. And I'm not playing. You know what I mean? Most of these spoiled people, they don't know. They have no idea who they be messing with. They do not want me staying here long enough to get out. You know what I mean? So ain't no problems. But beyond that, I'll come as a tourist, but don't ever be getting in the way of my lifestyle. Because, you got yours and I got mine. And basic common decency and respect is just to, stay in one's own lane. Well, they didn't. So... I want to know what this button does. I don't know what that button does. Service Plus. I'll tell you though, the mosquitoes down here are vicious. I got my arms coated in bug spray, and they're still biting me. I couldn't believe it. I got out the car, right? I got out the Uber, because I ended up trying to get myself the rest of the way, and there's nowhere to walk, like, at all. And so I had to get on the bus, get back up here, and I was sitting at the bus stop. I must have had 10 bites on me, like before I got my bug spray out. They're everywhere, dude. I thought it was weird though, like not much different than now where I can't walk out of here. There's nowhere to actually just like walk out of town. Where I got dropped off, it was like right outside the town south of here that's by the coast. And I thought, well, let me get myself to that town, and there's more likely to be people that either know people that I'm connected with or people that I am connected with that I haven't met yet. And, well, where I got dropped off was like right in the middle between, and I took a shot in the dark. I was wrong. Wasn't able to get the rest of the way because there was nowhere to walk. Like in any direction. There was a college, right? College campus, and then a stadium across the street, a Subway, and then a laundry business. And I went and I saw that there was nowhere to walk, like going back the other way to like go down to the coast. Thought that was weird. I'm like, it's all neighborhoods and stuff, and then it just cuts off. And then I try to go the other direction, like back up into this area. There's no sidewalk at all. And there's no, even a little bit of area between that white line on the end of the road, on the side of the road, and the curb. None. Like maybe an inch. And same way on the highway. It's not the interstate, so you walk it as long as you either get permission or ask for forgiveness. And that was it. Every direction. There was nowhere that I could walk. I literally had to get on the bus. So I thought that was like super weird. I've never seen anything like that. Now on the flip side, I just thought of this. Pretty safe campus, I would say. Very low walkability score. But I figured that's a pretty safe college campus if there's no way to get there minus a vehicle, Typically, I wouldn't be for it, but college campus, if I, at that age, if I was going to college, it'd be nice to know that somebody couldn't just walk up. So. Shutting a bike on campus. I ain't like that, man. I don't lift. Like even when I'm desperate, I don't. If it's like save the country or like save a whole bunch of lives or save a life that I could see off in the distance at risk, if it's life or death, okay, maybe. Otherwise, no. Like if I know I'm gonna get something done and it's gonna stop a whole lot of stupid stuff from happening, I might pick something up and put it back later. But that's about the only time that I do something like that. So, very, very rare occasion. But yeah, it is nice, isn't it? I tell you what, man. I can't believe we live in a world where somebody has to say that it's nice to know that somebody's not going to steal from them. Like in this country, there is so much it's not even funny. I've seen it top to bottom. You know, I've been around the wealthy. I've been around the rich. I've been around the ultra rich, the ultra wealthy. I've been around middle class. I've been around the poor. I've been around the homeless. I've been around the street people. I've been around the undocumented. I've been around the people that are undocumented to the point that they're not even documented as undocumented. And one common theme is that there is always a way. And you don't have to turn to ways that screw up the next person's jive. You know, it doesn't have to be done that way. Yeah, well, the city that dude, this was freaking trippy because when I scheduled the ride to get myself down to the coast, I just picked a pin on the map. You know, because like I literally just got out of this person's car and they were like trying to steal my property. You know what I mean? Like they literally thought about not opening their trunk for me to get my stuff. So that won't be happening again. And so I was just, you know, a little out of it. So I took a seat, hop on the phone, find a ride, but I dropped a pin. I didn't look where it was. I didn't know what town or whatever. And, you know, when I went to the subway, the guy running the subway tells me that, because I said, well, I don't know where I'm at. He says, you're in East Virginia. Huh. Okay. I don't know. I thought that was about the dumbest thing I ever heard. And then I came here. Lamar University. Definitely going to be doing some research on that on Grok later on. But, you know. See, the thing is, I got all these people that think I got an interest in them. No, what I want to know is who's, you know, I want the names of the people that are screwing with my life before they lose their lives, screwing with my life. The likelihood is that it's people that have been screwing with my life for a very, very long time. Because if they're dumb enough to still be doing it, the likelihood is that they've been doing it for a long time. Like with the amount of information, like with the knowledge they have of how things are and where things are going, it's gotta be emotionally charged to a level that they have some form of past attached to me that I don't know about. So, yeah, I don't know anything about the state of Virginia. The town I got dropped off in is in Texas, and he said that the name of the town is East Virginia. Oh, hey, there's a cat. Oh my gosh. There's a very, very... I've never seen a cat that skinny unless it was starving. That cat is not starving, but it's very skinny. You ever be somewhere and it's too perfect? Every place I've ever been that was too perfect, there was always something that was off, and I knew it. This place doesn't have anything off about it, and that's what makes it so weird for me. I'm tripping out because, you know what I mean, there ain't no underground tunnels, there ain't no, I don't know, secret society stuff going on. It's like totally normal, and there's nothing wrong with it. And I don't know what to make of it. But it reminds me of America before it decided that it had to invent problems. You know what I mean? Like back when we just lived. If any of y'all were there for that. Gas station charge up at? No, bro, I still got like 15,000 left. I'm good. And even if I don't, like, no offense, y'all, but I ain't making enough money on here for it to matter. So, it's the kind of thing where y'all win because I'm live, and I win because the battery's going to die, and then I have an excuse not to work for a while. And given that proper security protocol was not followed, and I ended up in this situation, and my entire team has embarrassed the living hell out of me, I am just going to wait and then get to the coast, and wherever I can find to charge my phone, I'll charge it. And if not, I'll see you when I see you. So, yeah, I am now covered in mosquito bites. I'm gonna try to put some more mosquito repellent on. I just cannot believe how much I'm getting bitten with how much I already have on it. Oh, sweet. Thank you. Yeah, that website, it's the kind of thing where I'm trying to get on it so I can get off of it. Like, I want to make enough money that I could, promote my stuff out here on air. Like, I have my goal as far as, maintaining my lifestyle. I literally don't need more than $500 a month to live. And I like it that way because the less money I have, the less people bother me. To tell you the God's honest truth is I found that the less money I have, unless it's zero, you know what I mean? Like if I have no income or like 50 to 100, it's not good. Anywhere between 0 and 300 is not fun. 300 above is okay until it gets to around like 1,000. But, what is it? Give me 1 second. But, if I make more than what it takes to live, which I'm just about there, I can put that money into other ventures and investments in order that I can drop the website. Because that's the ultimate goal, is like not to have to do that. But it is the only form of income that I have found that is quick, viable, legal, permissible in all 50 states and about 180 countries. And they don't have limitations on algorithm and reach. And thanks to that website, I was able to prove that I am having the majority of my traffic, signals, and reach being stolen, quite literally stolen in legal terms, because on every social platform, now I am in courts with the A-list celebrity community, but I'm not listed as a celebrity at all because of how much is being stolen from me. And within a month of being on that website and posting nothing but like regular content, I'm in the top 15% of creators because of the value attached to my name. I don't really post content. But as I sit here with like 100 or 200 followers, on each platform, I am in the top 15% on a website that does not have algorithmic constitutions attached to it. Like, most of the platforms will like favor certain creators, and they'll steal from other creators and give it to the creators they prefer. That website is, it's a flat scale. It's not a longitudinal scale. It's a horizontal, like flat plane scale, as far as if you're skilled, if you're valuable, whatever, you get it. Whether they like you or not, you get it. And unless you violate, you're good. I'm gonna look tough for a minute. And so that's the way that goes. And so, I've been on the platform for like 8 months. I've been putting work in on it, I would say, for the better part of a month and a half. And I'm in the top 15% on the website. The website I'm not supposed to be talking about. But, yeah. So don't get excited. Don't think you're about to see a whole lot. Can't even get a video to post on the website. So, Yeah, I got people like messaging me and complaining. They're like, "Where's the video?" say, you're paying me $11 a month, then I have a phone that's worth $40. I can't upload a video. I'm using prepaid phone service. You're asking me to give you something without paying for it. That's like coming into a store and asking me why you can't buy something at a quarter of the price. Or like coming into my store and, asking, demanding that I somehow, bring a product out of thin air that's empty on the shelf and isn't coming back in until next week. What am I going to do? Spend more money at my store. I'll prioritize that product and make sure to get express shipping next time. Yeah, I made a nice 12-minute video. Pretty good one. Ain't nobody seen it but me. Minus the people that have stolen it off my device. Who are facing very serious charges. Badge or no badge. I told them ahead of time. I said, don't go into my phone. What do? I do what I want. It's okay. The people that you work for me. But hey, it's cool. I'm the bad guy. Playing a role in acting. Just a reminder. How do I actually feel? I don't care. Like, at all. They steal the content. They're just giving me an opportunity to sue somebody that they know who has money in the future. So, I'm not really a court guy. One day I will be. Got stuff to do right now. Busy fulfilling my young midlife crisis dreams. And then when I'm done with that, on to the next thing. See, a lot of people, they kind of like heckle me about the way that I put so much focus into my gear and about how I carry myself. And then, like, I cover 10 times more ground at 10 times the speed. That's why. That's why I'm so focused. Thank you. I stay so focused in order that I show up here a week and a half to 2 weeks before the hurricane's even formed. So that by the time I get through Louisiana, the storm is just starting to show up. And it misses me by a couple of days because I made it to Florida. Oh, thank you. See, I was told that women do not like being compared, so I don't do that. I guess some men don't. Me personally, depends on who it is. I just be like, okay, thank you. Somebody's intending a compliment, take a compliment. Intending an insult, I'm like, well, at least you suck at comparing people. It's the best I got. It's like, I know they really don't want me sitting here like all night, and I totally get that. I really don't want them to have to take on the bill that comes with asking me to move on. But I don't know where else to go, and I don't want to be walking through their neighborhoods in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what's around here. And I went down the road, and there's like some abandoned buildings and things like that, and not a whole lot of people, which I thought was super weird. That's usually a sign that, like, there's stuff happening, and I you know, I'm hoping that I can just like tough it out and wait till morning. I'd be very thankful if people do that. But good night, Fonz. Thanks for hanging out. I have a couple of packs of ramen. I do not have any water. Water fountain. Water fountain. No water fountain. Everything's closed. I did not think to buy water. Right. Tomorrow. And that's my life. That's, in a nutshell, what I face in a day. People are like, oh, I didn't get a chance to charge my phone, or, oh, you know, I didn't get a chance to hang out with my friends. I didn't get enough time on my break at work. Dude, I drank like 16 ounces of water today. I had like 16 ounces of fluids total today, maybe 24. And the majority of those fluids dehydrated me. But I did eat. I ate pretty good today, actually. My body will absorb the food better. So it's okay. You ever just wake up and wonder if life is even real? Like, if your life is even real? Oh, excuse me. That's like my life. Like, I can't even believe, after finding out the types of people that were trying to, like, control my life and all that, I just can't even believe that I have gotten as far as I have my own way. It's like not even possible. Like, I've seen a lot of people like me, similar anyway, and they, you know what I mean, like that. It just don't happen. It doesn't happen. So I stay grateful that you know, majoritatively I still have, you know, I comparatively I have a lot of control over my life. So I keep talking about it because I'm trying to get it to register, you know, because it's like there aren't a whole lot of people that have any type of control in my life, and I now know how to safely and maturely maintain that control. And I have to get out of my head this notion of people trying to take control, because like, even if they are, and some of them are, I don't have to worry about it. It's like if you have a house and you got security cameras on it, or you got the ADT. Well, if you ain't there, the cops are going to show up anyway. I have my life so organized and things going so good, I ain't got to worry. And I got to stop worrying about people stepping in on my life. Because, you know, there was a time when I had a lot more finesse with people, and I did really good. And I know I can still do that, and I have it in me. And those cues show up, you know what I mean? Like, those times show up where I'm like, I know that things can go my way here without taking advantage. And I just don't take the opportunities near as much as I used to, because I don't want to put myself in a situation that, you know, messes up the rhythm of my structure and my schedule. And I also don't want to risk bringing people into my environment or into my life in any way, shape, or form that may cause harm to me. Now, when I really didn't have anything and I didn't have anything going for myself, like, it didn't matter all that much. Or at least when I had a little, right? Now, I don't like it because I have to be careful all the time. And to a lot of people, it's a like they see me as an adult, and they see this as like certain forms of adulthood. And I get that. I just don't like the way that I have to do it right now. Like, I want to be able to go back and, like, I want to be able to do things that I'm doing in a way that reflects how I used to do them. Where, you know, I could hop in somebody's car and not worry about them getting weird with me. That I could have a conversation with somebody and things not get so awkwardly personal very quickly. You know, it's like the flip side of how things used to be. And the common denominator really is that I talk about myself a lot more than I used to. And I tell people about my life and about what I got going on. And I didn't used to do that near as much. Like, I would talk about my career, and like that was it, my career, you know. And like that was all I would talk about. And I think I'm gonna go back to that, where I just say, hey, I'm the vlogger, I'm this and that. I didn't want to be fake with people, but I think that barrier was important. That boundary was really important, and I gotta get back to that. Cool. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that, like, when I told them that structurally in society that I'm further up than they are, they thought I was joking. They know now that I'm not joking, but the thing is, they're blaming me for their embarrassments. I told them head on. So, like, don't be fooled by how little I have. Don't be fooled by the way that I'm living. Don't be fooled by my verbiage or my stutters when I got them. It's really important that you give me respect. And respect they did provide for me as a human being. So I protect them on a personal level. On a professional level, it's just the same old mistakes people have made with me over the years. And I've never had to be this hard on people before, and I don't like it. I don't even want to be doing it. But it's me being more strict is the difference between me making money and not making money. I gotta eat. It ain't nothing else other than that, you know. Where did I put that other tarp? I must have packed it away somewhere. Yeah, it's down there. Yeah, I tell you, last time, I don't remember what I did. I think I like tried to get money or something. You know, I reached out to some of the fans, reached out to some of my customers, tried to gather some money up to get a bicycle. Couldn't get enough or something. I don't know what it was. But I just can't remember if I got asked to move tonight or not. I remember in the past 2 towns I was prepared for and that I had remembered, you know, being like chased down. I wasn't, because I was smart enough to get up and leave when I should. But where I'm at now, I would have to walk through people's private neighborhoods to get down to the beach. I don't want to do that. I'm not comfortable doing that. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I'll do it if I have to. But I'm really just going to try to chill here till the morning, as long as nobody says anything. But, you know, if there was somewhere to go, it'd be different. But I ain't lying to you. It's just about the only, literally like the only spot that I could be right now. If I move anywhere until morning, for the most part, you know, from this, then, you know what I mean? The people that advocate for me, they're not going to be happy. And I'll probably end up causing a bunch of problems. And I really don't want to be thrown in the middle of that. So I'm chilling. And then maybe tomorrow, if I don't end up getting enough money for a bicycle, then I will try to, you know, work up the gumption to walk through those neighborhoods and get myself down to the beach. But I ain't doing it. I'm not doing it at night. And I'll tell you the problem I keep running into. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do, okay? So when I don't attend to myself, people think I'm homeless. When I do tend to myself, people assume that I have a whole bunch of money. So when I don't tend to myself, people, you know what I mean, they give me all sorts of problems all day long. In that way, right? When I do tend to myself, people assume that I have all this money, and as opposed to just enough to live. And so they're like, you know, oh, well, he probably has enough money for a hotel, so let's go ahead and chase him out so that he gives us some business, because he ain't got nowhere else to go. When people quit trying to scam me, you know, like, they'll stop causing problems for their own people. But that has, you know what I mean, since about 2020, 2019, that's all it's been. You know what I mean? Like, people just became that way between 2019 and 2020. And then from then on to now, is like the majority of American society just like pushes each other all day long, trying to force each other to spend their money and like get money out of each other. And people were not like that before. And you know, now, like, here I haven't really had that very thing, like this place, but this is so exhausting, you know, all day long. Is like, especially when you got the same people that are like stealing from each other all day long, looking at you, and they're like, oh, okay, I hope this guy doesn't steal. You know why you're thinking that? Because you're a thief. You're afraid that I'm going to take something from you because you don't own anything that belongs to you. And you've stolen most of what is on your person and held up in your property, if the property's even yours. And that's what irritates me. I am so sick and tired of being hassled and harassed by hypocrites. If it was if I was at least being bothered by honest people, it'd be different. I'm learning to care a little bit less. I'm actually kind of getting pretty good. You know, people tell me, they're like, well, this is how you have to be, or that's how you have to be to survive. Well, I've proven you wrong on that. Second, they say, well, this is how you have to be to raise to exist in society. Oh, no, I proved you wrong on that. Right there, oh, this is how you have to be to raise a kid. I say, well, you proved yourself wrong on that. Because if that's how I have to be in order to raise a kid, that's a reflection on your society. That's a reflection on society. You're telling me that this is what it takes to survive and raise a child in the society. Having to be that way to raise a kid is proof that none of you are properly capable of raising children, because you're running and producing a society where people have to be someone genuinely not worthy of raising a child properly in civilized society in order to raise one. So that's it, is I ain't judging anybody. I ain't telling anybody how to raise their kids or what to do. But the moment you tell me what I can and can't do, or how I can and can't do it, you're inviting my opinion. I say, no, we're not. I said, well, listen, you're not my authority. If you don't want to hear what I have to say, don't speak to me. I'm going to respond. And if I don't, then I really don't have respect for you. Unless I see you as an authority and choose to respect you enough to keep my mouth shut. But, and the difference is, if somebody's trying to start an argument with me and I'm silent, I think you're stupid. If you're not trying to start an argument and I'm silent, I have respect for you. And I don't want to question you or, be hassling you. I see things differently than you do, but I don't want to be disrespectful. Oh, while we're on the topic, since we're still deciding to, since certain people in this country are deciding to betray me as a true-blooded American for the sake of their own purposes, interests, and agendas. Feet Piece, if you didn't know, was the code mapping for the majority of homeless service resource centers across the country. If you go across America, you can find in just about every state a homeless resource center that is some variation of Feet Piece. And yes, I did the research, I saw the documentation. Their programs are based off of how I ran my platform. And they are just about some of the only resource centers that legitimately get people on their feet. I ain't got no play in it. Didn't even know about it until years later when I actually had to go to one. But hey, you know what I mean? Like, they say no good deed goes unpunished, but at the same time, no good deed goes unnoticed eventually. So, you do good for people, it comes back to you. I did all the work that I did online back then, and it paid off, because when things got tough for me, I had a place to go to that was named after my own vlog, which was neat. And what I mean by that is, like, for those of you that were there, or for those of you that weren't there, I used to run my vlog, and it was more of like a support platform. I talked to people about what they had going on all day long. And, then when I was traveling, I would do stuff for myself or whatever. But I spent the majority of my time just answering comments or acting or doing whatever I could to just keep people copacetic and also help them focus on their goals, things like that. I tell you, if I was making money, I probably would have gotten sued, because I did good, but there's people out there just like that. But man, I was just all up in everybody's business all the time because they were asking me to be. And it went from just one or two people to hundreds of people. And it was good. Hello. And I'm going to take a wild guess and say this is going to be a similar thing. But I ain't got no issues with it. I just want to make sure that, when I move on to my next thing, whatever it might be, that it's something that is mine. I want to make sure that I can finalize everything I'm trying to do before I get into my late 30s. And that way I have, a rhythm and a system for my own life that isn't just the next project. Because although I've lived this way for quite some time, it's really not my preference of strategy. It just happens to be something that I'm very good at, and I can't wait to get out of it. So, social media, I don't mind. I might do that, when I change around my life. But I just don't know yet. I tell you, I don't know what else to talk about. I really don't. I tell you what, maybe I try going live on Facebook. I haven't done that in a long time. I've never had a Facebook Live that didn't end up with a whole bunch of people in it. It's just, I don't know, it was Facebook, so I've never really done it all that much. But I think I'm going to go over to Facebook. And I'm going to make a Facebook. I'm going to do a live stream on Facebook. Y'all have a good night, okay? I'll talk to you soon. A 14-day limit, right? And so I was at that campsite for a couple of days. Went really well. And then this dude offered me a ride. Well, I had a campsite up the road planned. I was going to go to next. He offered me a ride to that campsite. He passed that campsite. I was like, that's it right there. He's like, I know. That's not a good one. Oh, okay. Guy takes me up to this town and drops me off around the corner and says, I'll be right back. I said, okay. So as soon as he pulled out, I walked away and got back on track.
We're good now.
My next campsite.
It just keeps kicking me out if I watch it a certain way.
And paid for that one. And then another person offers me a ride after I get to my next campsite. Reluctantly, it's okay. That person says they're going to take me about 8 hours. They offered. They're like, I'll drive you 8 hours. Awesome. Nope. They got me down to where I'm at right now. The second, because the first person tried the same thing, where they drop you off when you have officially run your paycheck dry in the middle of a city or a town that requires money to either be in or get out of.
I gotta flip my
As
chicken.
if we're in the 80s and I'm about to be arrested. It's great. So I'm here. I can't walk out of this one, literally, in any direction. Requires a vehicle, even a bicycle. So I'm kind of just here and waiting for my next paycheck to hit, and then I am gonna get myself out of here down to the coast where there are plenty of free beaches, or free campsites all along the beach in the direction of Florida. And I'll just walk there all the way till I get to Florida. During hurricane season, with a flood warning in effect. Yeah. But other than that, it's going pretty well. It's been a lot of fun. Done a lot of walking. I walked through gator country last night. That was cool. The embankments were like 3 to 4 foot high. 3 to 4 foot high. And, there's gators right on the other side. Hissing and hooting and squawking and squeaking. Chirping. Stayed on the phone with a friend all night. That one fell asleep, called another one, because it took me a couple hours to get to the campsite. Booked the campsite after that, when that person had offered me that ride. I thought, they're going to take me to that campsite. Well, they took me to the campsite. Well, lo and
I'm asking
behold,
Josh if he was the friend sitting on the phone with all
I paid for the
night.
booking in the app for, like, campsites. Normally for free campsites, so that one was paid. I said, okay, whatever, I'll do it. Pay for it, and I show up, and I get an email from the person that used to run the campsite telling me the campsite was shut down like a year ago. And I'm just like,
Josh
sitting
says he
on somebody's
wasn't.
property
He was
in
asleep.
Texas, where they shoot people for being on their property legally. And the person driving me is like, "Oh, go knock on their door." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And I didn't, obviously. Glad I didn't.
Person trying to get him killed.
And I ended up here. So. But I ran my money dry, not thinking anybody would friggin' do this to me. And now, as usual, I just gotta wait until my next paycheck comes in and be a little bit more conservative with my cash from now on. I thought, I'll be fine. I'm fine. Just gotta be slow about it,
Smoke your vape more, James. The graphic? The 100? I don't know. That's some weird shit. I guess James thinks he's cool. Thinks he's a cool guy.
I'll hang out here for a couple of minutes. If people come in, I'll hang out. If not, then I'm just gonna head on for the night, so I'm not using my battery.
I mean, I can't chat in his live. It stops the live. It goes black whenever I click into it. This is like the preview. We can only watch through the preview for whatever reason. A minimum on TikTok to be live for monetization. TikTok keeps telling me to go live so they can pay me. And I have no followers, so I don't know. Maybe not anymore? Couldn't tell you.
Well, I am actually gonna call it, alright? I'm gonna go through my phone, see what I can do. Try and figure something out. Have a good night. Thanks for coming in.